Okie dokie. So, at the beginning, the year is 1890,
Hell
and
yeah.
the world is sick. The mountain of fire belched forth a shroud that blinded God himself to the world below. The land is blanketed with mysticism, fear, and the ambitions of old and wicked things from beyond the realm of logic. Night, Dad. However, the people of the North American continent persevere with a resolve to survive regardless of what may come their way. And our story begins with three such survivors making their way through this wounded world in a rickety stagecoach, stumbling down a mountain road. You're all sitting in a bit of a dilapidated stagecoach. It's got missing floorboards to where you can see the axles spinning below. The windows are a little cracked and very smudged, difficult to see through. And you get the feeling that some of the wheels may be loose based off the wobbles that kind of take as you are sort of headed down this place. You've been in this stage for about 2 days at this point. You left Memphis uh, with uh, with the morning sun behind you, and at the point now to where it is getting nightfall, and your drivers have told you that they intend on moving through the night to get the rest of the way to Harrison. Um, as you're all sitting there, the little sliding door window that leads up to the bench where the driver and his coachman sit slides open. You see a sort of wiry man with spindly hair and a little ragged goatee that's ill kept, sort of lean through. I reckon we're gonna be going about 7 more hours before we get there. If y'all need anything, you could ask. Shut the hell up. What could we give them right now? We're in the middle of nowhere. They got what they need. Leave them be. And you see another hand shut the door from the other side, leaving the three of you just kind of meandering. You've had 2 days, as I said, to get to know each other. So, we'll draw for it because I haven't had a chance to use cards yet. Start with Daniel. Daniel, pick the left card, the right card, or the middle card.
Middle.
Middle card. Austin, pick the left or right card.
Right.
Right card. And Chance gets the left. Austin, why don't you describe your character for us?
All right. So John Peters is, I think I've said it before. He's a 32-year-old. He is red-haired, keeps it short and trimmed, parted nicely, and then he's got a full red goatee as well, that he keeps nice and trimmed up. He's wearing his nice suit-ish. He's got an overcoat for it, but it's more or less just nicer looking outerwear, just to kind of keep himself looking spiffy for his job. He tries to look nice whenever he goes and preaches at various churches and stuff. And he carries his cross that's around his neck, and he always keeps his Bible on his person at all times.
Okay. Okay. Now, would you say you have been a social person through this outing, or have you been mostly keeping to yourself?
Um, Typically on rides and carriages, I like to immerse myself in the Word. So I probably would have been a little quieter than usual because right now I'm going
Okay.
through a self-study of Acts.
Okay. You are sitting there just kind of reading through all of your notes, your Bible, contemplating the words that you're reading, trying to get an idea of where you stand in all this, the meaning of the words you're reading, how best to apply them to others to better their lives. And you look across the seats and see another man sitting across from you. Daniel, why don't you describe your character?
All right. You see an average height of 5'11", uh, heavily built man, probably weighing around 200 or so pounds. He has black, straggly, long hair that comes to his shoulders, a full beard, unkept. He has a subdued, what looks to be a subdued officer uniform. Um, and then over that is some leather type plating, um, and then a large duster coat, brown, covers him. He has old worn out boots, some holes possibly, or some holes in the soles.
Holes and souls.
He has a nice brown hat as well. Some a rifle slinged across his back, and holding a no, I'm just holding it on the stagecoach floor with the barrel up, and then a bow slung across the back. I'm staring at the floor, uh, mostly quiet. I may have said a word or two during this ride. Gave my name out, Mr. John H. Whitman,
Yep.
and I'm
Okay.
also holding a some dice in my other hand, kind of fumbling with them.
Okay. He's got a bit of a tick. He's sitting there just kind of dexterously. Hold on, let me look at your character sheet. Pretty damn dexterously flipping through some dice, rolling across his knuckles. And then the last occupant of this car sits next to him. Chance, why don't you describe your character sitting on one of those musty old seats?
Yeah, on that musty old seat. Made a little hero forge to kind of help with this.
Oh, breaking out the
There's
hero
my
forge.
boy. A little over 6 feet tall. Tries to keep like good posture, keep himself nice and straight. Kind of has a military air to him. Nice rugged man, Oliver.
Uh,
And he'll probably have his rifle and his sword leaning against the wall of the stagecoach next to him as he's kind of stretched out a little bit. If there's enough room, his legs kicked up and kind of one eye open from the people who just opened the window.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
And because we fully intend to sleep through this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He would have been he would have kept to himself for most of the ride, but he would have been fine to talk if anyone, started a conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, based off what you guys just said, I'll take it that you guys probably know names, but not much more.
Names
Mm-hmm.
of Mr.
That
Preacher
sounds
Man's a
fair.
preacher man.
Mr. Preacher Man's a preacher man. He's been reading. Um, you guys all sort of sit there, subdued, trying to rest, what have you, outside as the sun's getting lower and lower. It's a dingy day. The sky is gray. There's a low set fog hanging over the ground. The area you're riding through right now is in the foothills of the Ozarks. So you are starting to see inclines on either side as this sort of rickety, bumpy wagon goes up wagon trails. A lot of switchbacks, a lot of things like that. There are moments where it really seems like you might only be on three wheels as one maybe hanging off the side as you go. You sort of peter along like this for another 30 minutes before the sliding window just kind of japs back open again, and you see that same sort of gangrel dude peeking again. So what are you guys going to Harrison for? I was just curious because you hadn't said much along the road, and you see another hand try to shut it again, but this time he blocks it. This has been a boring ride. Just let me talk to him. So, why y'all heading out?
I figure we're all here for the same reason. Looking to help those folks in the mine.
Oh well, that is a damn shame what happened at that mine. I mean, all the power to you, all the goodwill to you to try to help, but been probably 2 weeks since that happened. I don't know if you're gonna find much in there. Well, except for you know, yeah,
Has there
bodies.
been any effort in trying to get those folk out?
Well, from what I've heard, the mayor down there gave it a whirl. Um, I don't know much about that. We were going back and forth. I think we was in Memphis at the time when we heard, but it sounded like he may have tried something. But you know how that goes. Coal mine collapses. Sometimes you can get them out if they're close to the surface. Sometimes Well, shit, if you try to go help him, you're just gonna get more people killed. You know what I'm saying? And he just kind of like slaps, not Reverend, JP on the shoulder.
In my profession, I find it sometimes necessary to put one's own life at risk to help those who are in need.
Well, all right. Um, yeah, but so that's why y'all's all headed up there. You trying to? Well, what do you mean by help? You some sort of rescuers? You done work doing this sort of thing before?
Well, I plan to go there. If there's any survivors, I plan to get them out safely. For all those who have already passed and gone on, I plan to give their bodies a proper burial so that their families can have at least some sort of comfort in what's happened.
Oh, what? I suppose I should have recognized the book you was reading there. That makes sense. Hmm.
Kind
Well,
of
that's
rub the
mighty
back of my
kind.
head. Well, I figured they'd be short on hands. Been looking for work.
Well, short on hands is definitely the case, most likely. I imagine most of the hands is buried in the mine. That may have been a rude thing to say about what I presume to be the dearly departed. He like does almost a cross across his chest, but he fucks it up, and
That's
it's
my
more like
boy.
an X.
It's okay, that's a Catholic thing. I'll just kind of half ignore it.
What about you there, old fella? What are you gonna do about it?
I had some friends that worked in that mine. I'm going up there to make sure they're all right.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I wish you all the best of luck in this, and I do hope it turns out well, but I wouldn't hold my breath because you're likely to choke if you do. And he just kind of shuts the door back. And you're all just kind of left sitting there for a moment. Um, he doesn't interrupt again for a while, but you are privy to him occasionally talking to the guy driving. And the man driving, who you have gleaned to be his brother over your past few days, is in no way interested in holding a conversation with him. Uh,
Do we
but
catch
you
their
got,
names?
yes, they are. Let me find their names. They are Enos and Josiah. What is their name? I know it's Enos and Josiah.
Is
Enos
Enos
and
the one
Josiah.
talking?
Yeah, Enos was the one talking. Enos and Josiah Smith.
Gotcha.
Your
Uh,
voice sounds like an Enos.
yeah. Um, so they sort of go about driving as you all just kind of sit there in the back. If you guys have anything to say, you can, but otherwise, the night just kind of starts to churn in, and as it does, you start to lose what little vision you had through the smudgy windows over the fog, and you're just left with the sound of crunching rock and sticks underneath as you just sort of pull along, looking out and seeing nothing. Um, and you can do your best to try to get some shut eye before you make your way down a little further. But as you do, you drift off to whatever dreams may be, happy, not happy, dreams of past battles fought or of loved ones lost, and the day comes back around pretty quickly. Um, well, the day doesn't come around. The early morning comes around when the window opens back up and Enos sticks his head in. It looks like we're about to get there. It's a little late, so we need to let the horses rest anyway. So you boys can hang out in the stage for a little bit. I don't reckon anywhere where you could stay or visit or talk or anything like that will be open right now. So he pulls out a pocket watch and looks at it. It's gonna be about 3:30 when we get there. So yeah, and he shuts the door again. And as you do, you start to feel a few bumps, and it starts to gradually smooth out. And what little you can see through the window, it looks like you've hit sort of like a raised portion of the foothills here, where you're approaching not a clearing, but just a flat space of land. And the road itself seems to smooth out a little bit. And within 30 minutes, you start to see a few little flickers of light in the distance before getting a little closer and seeing what few lights are on in this small town at this hour. This town, roughly, from what you can tell, is about one street with maybe 16 buildings, maybe 20 at most in it. You can see like little roads leading off. They seem to be handmade paths, probably leading to farms around the area or mines or whatnot. And the stage comes to a park right on what would be the main strip, and you see Enos and Josiah both get off and start stretching their legs, and you guys are invited into the early morning of the town as they open the stage door for you and let you know that if you want to leave, you can. If you want to stay, you can for now.
Kind of hop out.
Yeah, I'll
Start
hop on
spread
out and stretch.
Yeah, where you're at right now, you are in front of a small building. It kind of looks like most of these buildings are ramshackle. Um, you presume the majority of them to be 2 or 3 rooms max. And the one you're looking at here seems to be one or maybe two fairly big rooms with a sort of cobbled together cedar sign on the outside that says Mulberry Tap House.
And the lights on at the tap house.
The light is on in the tap house. It's one of the few places where there's a light on at the moment.
All right, I guess I go in there.
Yeah, as the other two are stretching, you just kind of do your stretching on the move as you walk up to this tap house door. You open it up. As it opens, you see there are only like maybe one or two lights on the inside. And you see an older woman just kind of sitting back in a rocking chair near the what would be what passes for a bar. It's mostly just a fairly long table arranged in a 90-degree angle with a few drinks along the back and such. There's only a few patrons in here, and most, if not all of them, are passed out as she just kind of sits in a rocking chair, just kind of dozing. She's got sort of gray streaked dark hair, wrinkles starting to come in on the side of her eyes, and it's all her hair is pulled back into a bit of a bun. And she just sits there in a nice brown dress with a shawl over her, rocking and sort of like dozing.
All right, I walk through the door, see her. Bam.
What the hell is it? And she sits up a little bit. She kind of peers at you, and she just keeps squinting until you see her like fumble under her shawl and put these very wiry, sort of thick bifocals on as she sorts of just affixes under her face.
Oh,
Uh,
how you doing this evening, ma'am?
well, I was doing better when I was asleep. She just sort of peers forward at you. Now, who the hell are you?
Well, I'm just a traveler here, wondering if I could possibly get a drink and a hot meal, or if it's not too much to ask for.
She just sort of turns and looks at this like sort of old, beat up, mostly working grandfather clock that says it's about 4:30. You know that's not right if Enos was correct, but you assume that's probably good enough for that clock. Hell, I hadn't planned on making breakfast until probably 6, but I'm damned if I'm not already up. And she stands up. I didn't catch your name.
I'm a Mr. John H. Whitman, ma'am. May I ask yours?
John H. Danielle McIntosh.
Oh, that's a pretty name you got there, ma'am.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for troubling yourself with this. I don't need nothing large, just whatever you got out in there.
I'll see if we don't have anything sitting around that I can get you, and if you want something hotter, you can wait until everyone else starts filing in.
Oh no, ma'am, I don't need. I'm used to cold food.
All right. And she starts walking back. She comes back with like some cornbread. Looks like it had a cloth over it to keep it for the day. Um, and this sort of like a dried jerky. And she puts those down. Do you need a drink?
Just some water, if not too much to ask.
Mm. She just kind of looks at you and goes, free, and goes and gets you some water and brings it back and sits it down. Would you like to open a tab or would you like to pay for this now?
I can just pay for it now, ma'am. I think we're about to be shoveling off.
Mm. Well, all right then. That'll be 15 cents.
All right, here you go, ma'am.
She takes the money, sort of shakes it, counts it. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, that's 3 nickels. Puts it away, goes back behind the bar and sits for a minute. What are you two doing while he walks in and starts ordering food?
I think I'm
So
just
the whole time,
observing.
Hmm?
Oh, I was I'm just observing. So go ahead, Chance.
sorry, I was just double checking. So the town's asleep, pretty much, right?
Yeah, it's pretty asleep right now.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess I'd probably follow in after Lad,
Okay,
and I guess the plan is to chill there until the sun's up.
fair enough. Okay, you pop a squat. Do you also order food and whatnot?
Take a nice glass of water, please.
Okay. Free, she says and goes and gets some more water and gives it to you. Looks at you like you're a bit of a cheapskate and goes and sits back down. Um, and are you also following in Austin, or are you
Yeah, I'll
moseying
sit
about?
down. I'll sit down and get some water to drink and some food to eat. But mainly, I'm just kind of trying to look around and observe what little bit of people are awake, just kind of what the scene is in general.
Okay. Let me pull up my thing so I know the skills in this fucking game. Give me a where is it? I still don't know the skills in this game. Give me a motherfucking second. Go ahead and give me I believe it is a notice check. Um, nothing too obscene here. It's just a base DC for you.
So with the notice, since it's the D4, that's what I roll, correct?
Yeah, you roll a d4, and since you are a wild card, you also roll a d6. You take the highest.
Ah, okay. So I roll both and take the highest.
Hmm.
Okay. 3 was my highest.
Okay, so DC was 4. You don't quite make it. Um, all the patrons that are here just give you that sort of vibe of a drunk or a down on his luck sort of cat who's fallen asleep at the bar. Maybe he doesn't have anywhere else to go. Maybe he doesn't want to go home, but nothing really noticeable about him. And the vibe is that there's not one at the moment.
Okay.
Uh, there's 3 other patrons here. 2 are sort of clustered in a table uh, in the corner, and they are both fallen asleep, sort of head to head. And from what you can tell, they may be laying in some spilled beer. And then there is a third patron who is just kind of leaned up against the wall, snoozing.
Okay.
But other than that, there's nothing real crazy to see at the moment. And
Sounds good.
also 15 cents for the meal.
Yes. Here you go, man.
She nods in appreciative. Now, you're from well, you're not from here, but you've lived here before, haven't you? Wasn't that something you said?
I've lived in Arkansas before.
Not here.
No, no, not here, but I've been around. I've probably maybe visited before because
Okay.
once my wife died, I just kind of, instead of being at one sectional church, I just decided to kind of travel around the state.
Mm-hmm.
So we could say I've been here before, but I've never set up like full residence.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think she recognizes you if you're not from here.
Perfectly
But
fine.
She just kind of nods to you, and you guys are left to your own devices, just kind of sitting there for a little bit, as the sun hasn't quite risen yet. You can still hear Enos and Josiah moving around outside. So, as you all just kind of sit there, do you sit in silence still as you have made it to your destination?
Yeah, I
Uh,
guess. Oh, go ahead.
did y'all like sit this? Did we sit at the same table?
Yeah, I sat down with you boys. And I guess I will say, now that we have our food, would you boys like me to bless it before we eat?
I've already eaten because I came in first, so I was
Yes,
already.
yes. Oh. How about you, Oliver? Would you like me to bless the food?
Not eating.
Oh, okay. So you see me just kind of bow my head for a second, and I just kind of whisper a few words to myself, and then I just kind of, in your son's name we pray, amen. And then I'll start eating.
Nice.
Good start. Good start. Strong.
I like that.
Set the tone.
Yo, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I got work to do.
Yes, yes. But yeah, you guys sit there in mostly silence, eating or not eating, as the hours kind of draw on by. Most of you are fairly well rested, as you have had a very long coach ride to get plenty of sleep. And as the sort of day rolls in and sun starts to peek in, uh, about 2 hours later, you start hearing a little bit of bustle. You hear doors opening, some hushed conversations of like morning weariness as the day starts in earnest. So, what are you guys gonna do once the day is starting to roll forward and the
I
light
mean,
is starting to show up?
once I hear people out and about, I'm heading out.
All right, he's heading out.
Yep, same.
Where are you guys headed out to?
I really just want to see who is out and about. Uh,
Okay.
Pretty much just looking to see if anyone, since I don't know the town, uh,
Mm-hmm.
is like anyone who looks like they're probably going to try and like clear the mine, or you know,
Okay.
looking for some
Yeah.
worker folk.
Sure. You go ahead and give me a notice check. I'm gonna say same thing for as Austin. It's a DC 4 check. You
Okay.
get to roll a D6 and whatever your notice die is.
All right. 2d6.
Okay.
2 6s to start us off.
Roll them both again.
Oh shit.
Mm.
Uh, Add them together or give them to you separate.
Separate.
6
Well,
and 3.
the lowest doesn't matter. You rolled another 6.
Yes.
Roll it again.
Both of them or just one?
Just the 6.
Okay. 1.
Okay. So on the DC 4 check, you got a 13. Which means not only did you get it, you got a raise, and then you got another raise. So a raise every time you do a skill check. If you get 4 above the DC of the skill check, it is a raise, and for every 4 more, you get 2 raises. So I'm gonna tell you some very in-depth shit here, and if you would
Jot it
like,
down.
you may also ask, one very specific question that sort of falls in there if you would like. For your one for the raise, and then or my extra info for one of your raises, and then whatever you would like to ask on top of that. Also, I didn't mention this. Everyone have 3 chips on your character sheets. You all
Yeah.
start with them. 3 chips. Each chip you can spin to re-roll a roll if you would like. You can use them to soak damage. You can use them to change the scene. They're kind of like hero points back when we used to play Eminem.
Is there a
Is
spot for
is
them
that
to
bennies?
go?
There
Yeah,
is.
that's bennies.
No pennies.
I just don't like bennies. I think it sounds stupid. Um, yeah, so everyone make sure you have 3 of those. I'm gonna try to give them out, for good role play, cool decisions, whatnot, because this is a very, use your hero points kind of system, so I'm gonna try to give them out liberally. It's just like inspiration. If you feel as if someone else needs one or did something cool and you want to award it, just say it and they get it. This is not like D&D. If you give inspiration, I don't get inspiration, so give it away as much as you can.
And it goes away after session.
Yeah,
correct?
after
Mhm.
session, you lose every chip you have.
Yep, and
Gotcha,
you just start
gotcha.
every
Hmm.
session with 3.
You start every session with 3 and can accrue and spend them in session, but they do not keep.
Yep. So you use them while you got them.
Yeah. So, for your very big check, um, as you all start perusing the town, you sort of start scanning around a little bit, looking at what people there are. You notice maybe 8 people out right now. You see a couple people who look like farmhands uh, heading into town, looking like maybe they're getting ready to go to general store or something like that. You see one of the what you presume to be a store. Well, no, you don't presume it. You see it. Um, you see the kind of 2 doors down across the street from the Mulberry Tap House, a sign that says the Main Street Haberdashery, and you see a fairly good-looking couple of maybe 30-year-old folks, uh, sort of chatting amongst each other and sort of laughing in the early morning as they sweep their porch in front of their business. Um, and you see sort of further down the street towards what you presume to be kind of the probably the direction of where the mayor lives, because as you look down, you see a larger house on a hill than the others. You see a young man who has a badge on and a gun, sort of walking down the street headed towards the stable. And I'll say, as far as your raise goes, you're looking for workers, anybody who might be doing some stuff with the mine. You see absolutely no one who is moving, it looks like, to do anything at the mine. You don't see tents for a concerted rescue effort. You don't see anyone. You were just at the one place where you might be able to stay for money, and there was no one there other than you guys. You get the feeling that if there was a search and rescue effort at any point, it has either resolved itself or has been given up.
Gotcha.
And you may ask one additional question that you might be able to glean with your hawklight perception.
Uh, what's the vibe of the town? Positive, negative?
Um, the few people you see walking around, again, this is not a big town.
Yeah,
This is not a smiles place right now.
gotcha.
You can look and see just like based off the mud in the center of the town, you see a lot of like dried wagon marks, hoof prints, footsteps, implying more people than there are right now. And you're getting the vibe that presumably around 25 or so people are trapped, presumed dead in a mine. So they are obviously not here, and their families are also nowhere to be found, presumably in states of mourning, grieving, preparing, whatnot. So the mood is a little dour.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Lovely. Well,
Yeah.
I heard there was a lawman of some kind with a badge.
Yes.
That's where I'm heading.
Okay. As you see Oliver start strolling towards this young fella who is sort of wearing a red flannel shirt with a dark vest over it, with a sort of floppy, wide brimmed hat with a little like tin badge on, with a relatively beat up revolver on his hip. What are you two doing?
As I see Oliver, the direction that he's going, I see that he's going to what I assume to be an officer of the law,
Mm-hmm.
and I follow to
Okay.
to see what he's going to say.
Okay.
I am gonna follow at the moment, but I was going to see if I notice either because I'm here mainly for the families of those who have been lost, is also to save the lost. I'm going to maybe see if I can't see cemetery area, or typically in those days, I guess that would have been near the church. So maybe somewhere that later I could walk over and see if I'd be of any help. But I'll kind of follow along to the sheriff because he might also be able to
Okay,
tell
yeah.
me.
As you're walking, you can give me another notice check to sort of identify that.
Okay. And it's just the D6, D4, tell you the highest one.
Yep.
Uh, 4, and it was on the D4.
Okay, you don't have to specify which die.
Okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's on the D4. Roll again.
The D4 again?
Yep.
That is a 1.
Okay, so you get a 5. No extra benefits, but you do succeed. As you're kind of walking, you look to your right down a little dirt road, sort of in a clearing. The way this town is situated, it's one dirt road with several roads forking out, but it is not in a full clearing. This town sort of sits under a bit of a canopy of trees, where even in the midday sun, it's still kind of dark down here, or not in the middle, in the morning day sun, because there are several large trees situated throughout the town and around it. So you just kind of peer through some like shadows past some oak trees, and you see a little like offshoot that leads to a little grove, and you see a church that is in a state of pretty bad disrepair. Windows are boarded up. The doors seem a little off their hinges, but mostly still hanging on. Very grayed and green, covered with sort of the wear of the forest on it. And you see a little graveyard attached to it with a little sort of one of those, I don't know what they're called, little log fences that sit in crisscrosses. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what they're called,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah. You see that wrapped around a small graveyard. From here it looks like maybe, you're not sure, a few dozen stones and wooden crosses.
Okay.
But you approach this lawman as he starts making his way towards the stables. He sees you approaching, turns, and looks at you all a little tentatively as you start walking up, as you are strangers. Can I
I
help y'all?
extend a hand. Fairchild, Oliver Fairchild.
He just kind of looks at it, sticks out a hand and shakes it. Deputy Adam Gray.
Adam Gray. Ah, well, me and these two fine fellows have just come into town. We heard about the nasty business up at the mine, and well, we were hoping to help in one way or another.
Hmm. Well, if you're here to help with the mine, I reckon you're about a week and a half too late.
I was afraid
The
as much.
the search got called off not long after. My pops, the mayor, he sort of recognized pretty early on that if they were still down there, they ran out of air. So, no point in extending the bereavement of all the people around here. Best to just call it what it is and start helping those who are affected to move on.
And what's going to happen to the town?
Well, the town's not necessarily dependent on the mine. We're mostly self-sufficient around here, not the type of people really engage in a lot of outside commerce, as they say. Uh, Most of what we do, we trade local. We have our own blacksmith. We have our own farms, our own everything, pretty much. It's small, but we're self-sufficient. The mine just brought in a little extra money, a little extra commodities around here, and it is a shame to see it go, but we'll make do.
The shame comes from the loss of a life, sir, and how you called off that search.
Now, I did not call off the search. My daddy called off the search, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. That mine was a death trap the minute it caved in. We could have went looking. We would probably lost more people that way. And since we couldn't go looking that quickly, it's best to just assume they're dead, move on before someone else gets hurt.
What do you mean that you couldn't uh, search for it quickly?
The mine was a full cave in. The only way we could get any deeper in would be if we started to either blast our way in or dig our way in. Either one could destroy rubble, cause another cave in, that could collapse on the people trying to get in, or on the off chance that somehow there is someone alive in there, could cave further in on them.
That might be so, but you leaving them there to die doesn't seem right.
We didn't.
Where did the families? What'd you do with the families?
We didn't do anything with them. They're still here. They're still grieving, still trying to get through it. But we're working on trying to find a way to make it all easier on them. Most of them lost husbands, sons, whatnot. There are only a few ladies who worked in the mine, and well, our manpower is a little depleted now.
Do you have any knowledge of, like yourself, the kind of mappings of the mine?
Not me. Never worked in the mine. Minute I could hold a gun, more or less, I took up being a deputy around here. The sheriff was happy to have the help, so
I know you
never had
say
much time.
I know you say that your father deemed that they would have ran out of air in the short time after the collapse, but do you not believe at any chance that they could have maybe had a pocket of air that would have lasted them longer, making it worth trying?
I think we all thought there was a chance. But at the same time, we also knew there was probably a bigger chance of someone else getting hurt if we went in after them. That was what my father, the sheriff, and most of the landowners around here agreed on. It's not pretty, it's unfortunate, and it is a tragedy.
You had
But
to make you all had to make difficult choices, and we all do in life, and sometimes we have to live with those choices harder than others. I'll pray that the choice you made was the correct one. And I'll do what I can for the individuals of the town, and if anyone decides to try and dig out the mine, I will also help with that adventure as well.
he just kind of like glances between you. What's. Did someone hire y'all? Why is it that y'all all just show up out of the blue after the mine's been collapsed for 2 weeks here to help?
Kind of glance around. Call it dumb luck. Whatever you want. You said you're short on hands. You got 6 of them right here looking for work.
I came here because I served with the 480th, and a lot of the boys from the company settled down here and worked in your mine.
Well,
And I'm a resident of Arkansas. I've been in this town a couple times.
well, we do appreciate the help and goodwill, though I don't really know if there's much to be done with it. But even then, it's not my decision. I've been told, and I'm on my way to the mine right now to relieve another deputy. We are standing guard over it to make sure that no one goes in there with any half hearted ideas of trying to pull out a dead body and getting themselves killed, at least until the mine settles.
It's been 2 weeks. How long does a mine take to settle there?
It depends. Coal mine like that could be a while. There could be a secondary explosion down there at any point. If they hit a gas pocket, who's to say?
Is that
Best to at least watch it for a little while,
is
but
is that the only opening to the mines that you know of?
that we know of. But you know how mines and caves are, I presume. They're winding, unpredictable, and natural. And maybe there's a way in, maybe there's not. But if it is, we don't know about it. Look, I appreciate you boys coming out here to help, doing whatever for whatever your reasons. He looks to you, not JP, just Jay. Um, if you did in fact have friends here, I am sorry for your loss. There are a lot of folks here who served, and they are treated with respect, and that is a point of sadness here that we've lost many who have already suffered so much in the war. But nonetheless, it's not my call to make. If you want to either speak to my daddy, to the sheriff, to somebody who has a little more authority than me to look into it, that's your prerogative. I can't say you'll get far, but if you're already here and committed, What's one more step?
Well, I figured there I'll just travel with you to that mine and see for myself. That'd be all
Now,
right.
as I said, I can't allow anyone in that mine. It's still quite a hazard. If you wanted to go, I suppose you could, but you can't go in.
How deep? How deep is it till it reaches the cave in?
As I said, you're not allowed in. I'm not
I'm gonna look.
200 feet, I suppose. Far enough, it'd be hard to see from the outside if you're talking about just glancing in.
All right then. I'll think about it then. Think about my options with
He just,
your dad and see what the sheriff has to say.
he just kind of looks back and well, you know what? You've kind of had the head on this, uh, John H.
If you just want to call him John and me JP, I'm totally fine with that.
John H.
John H.
Or just
JP.
John
Mr. Whitman.
H. Yeah, Mr. Whitman. Why don't you just give me a persuasion check? Eh, I'm gonna say you have a +2 in this because you've said some stuff to him.
Or okay, so just a D6 with
A
a
D6 with
D4.
yeah, whatever your persuasion die is, a D6, and then add 2 to each to whatever you roll.
All right, 6 and a 3.
Okay, reroll a 6.
That was on my D4, so I re-roll the D4. Right.
Yeah. So you got a 4 + 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, reroll the D4.
All right, now 5.
Okay. So you got a 5. That is a pass. If you guys haven't figured this out, the base for any skill check to pass in this game is to roll a 4.
Okay.
To roll a 4. He just kind of looks at you for a second. Goodwill's hard to come by at the moment, the world being in the shitty state that it is. So I'll give you a little advice if you are looking to help. Start with the sheriff, not daddy. I feel like he's probably more likely to cave on any attempts at whatever the hell y'all are doing.
Uh, all right. Thank you for that info. I guess I'll be off to the sheriff.
He just kind of looks down. Sheriff's house is 4 doors down and on the right. It's also the jail, but he lives there. Small town. And he starts walking to the stable to get his horse.
Sounds
Uh,
like we're going to the sheriff.
as we're
Okay.
walking over there, I'm gonna talk to John Whitman for a minute.
John H.
Mr. John
Whitman.
H. Whitman to you, sir.
I'll be Mr. Whitman. I don't know if it would be any help, but I did notice a cemetery. If I know you're looking to see if anything had happened to your old friends and comrades, if maybe if the sheriff isn't as helpful, if you'd like, I'll go there and see if I can find any names that you're particularly looking for to see if they were amongst the missing.
Well, I guess they
And
could
dug
do.
anyone out.
I guess they could have made some temporary tombstones till they get the body back, but said they didn't go down there to get bodies, so I doubt there'd be any tombstones out there.
Oh, you never know what a grieving family will do. I know many families that have lost loved ones on expeditions that end up putting up a tombstone in their memory. But maybe we can get lucky and maybe the sheriff will be able to be more help to us.
Well, these folks, they're hard. They've been through a lot.
They have.
They ain't gonna give up just by what some sheriff and his little deputy says.
Well,
Reverend, if you wanted.
no, no need to call me
Yeah.
Reverend, son. It's just JP.
JP.
All right, JP. While me and Mr. Whitman go check with the sheriff, you could go maybe talk to one of the families. They'd probably be more open and might have some kind of insight about this situation.
That sounds like a great idea. We can meet back up at the inn later, and I'll discuss what I've discovered.
Me.
All right then. I guess we'll meet at the end later. Good travels to you.
We're going down the same street.
Yes, sir. Farewell.
Yeah,
Farewell.
I was about to
Clear
say we
honesty.
all. Well, I was
I
about to
hope
say
to
we
see
all
you
say
again.
bye, and then I walk down the same path with y'all, looking for a house that has a person.
Awkward. But okay, yeah. I guess we'll start with Austin since he's going on a bit of a offshoot. How do you go about finding a grieving family?
You know, excellent questions. But
Yes.
as a man of God, I know how to do these things.
Of course.
First, I'll go check out the church because typically in times of struggle, especially if someone did want, there's bound to be probably at least one family who gave up all hope. They probably are already assuming they've died. It's been 2 weeks since this has happened.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone has probably created a gravestone and there may be someone grieving nearby. And on my way there, I'll just kind of keep an ear out for a lot of sobbing.
Okay. Give me a notice roll. This one is at -2 because you're listening for crying through houses.
Okay, so -2 on both dice whenever I roll them.
Yeah, -2 on whatever your best roll is.
Gotcha. Uh, -2. I got a 6 on the D6, so -2 would be 4, and negative
And
number on the D4.
You get to re-roll. Always take your highest number, and if it is the highest number on the die, re-roll the die and then add them together.
Okay, so that'd be a 4, and then re-roll it, and that one's a 5 minus 2 is 3, so 7 total.
7. Okay. With 7, you didn't quite get a raise, but you don't hear like crying through walls or anything like that. But as you're sort of walking along, you shit, sorry.
You're good.
As you're sort of walking along, you see a sort of smaller shop. There that most of this main street is shops, and it seems to be like a general mercantile store. And you see a man outside sort of wiping off the mirrors. He looks like maybe the owner. The shop's called Deadlands Doorstep. And it's just the sense you have about people being, you know, a man of God, a man of the people who's looking to help the downtrodden and those in need. You can spot the grief on this dude. He's kind of meek, pulled into himself, wearing a sort of white shirt with suspenders and black slacks, and he's sort of balding a little bit with his handlebar mustache. But the way his eyes look like he haven't slept, baggy, and he just has this hunch to him of someone who looks a little lost at the moment.
Okay, I'll walk up to him. Good day, sir. How about I help you with that? As I see him wiping the windows, if there's a spare rag, I'll pick up a rag and start wiping, or I'll just put a hand out to take the rag he's got, and I'll just kind of use my other hand to point to a chair and say, "How about you take a seat and I'll work on this for a little while. You look like you could use some rest."
He kind of eyes you a little suspiciously as you just kind of walk up and start helping. Well, I suppose you could help. He sort of looks at how he doesn't know you, and you're sort of like road clothes. It's not paying though.
I'm not looking for compensation, sir. I'm just looking to help.
All right, oh boy, then he says. He just kind of like sits on the chair and just leans his head back and closes his eyes for a second, just not trying to sleep, just trying to be in the, I guess, quiet his own mind is what you're getting from him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let him be in silence for a little bit. I can see when someone needs to think.
Mhm.
How you've described him, man, it's probably he's done nothing but kind of run himself ragged. Sometimes people just need to sit down, relax, and just kind of be to themselves for a minute, but not in a way where he's just gonna wander in his sadness. So I'm just gonna kind of watch him for a couple minutes as I'm wiping things down. Kind of around the time I finish, I'll kind of walk back over to him. Is there anything else I can do to help you out around the store, sir? Or perhaps there's something you'd like to get off your chest, and I'll whip out my Bible out from underneath my coat and kind of just take a seat next to him. I know a lot's happened to this town, and I'm here for anything that you could possibly need help with.
Oh, okay. I guess I get this. Who put you up to it? I guess they mean well, but I don't need whatever this is.
No one even asked me to come here, sir. I was actually on my way to the church and cemetery to pay respects and do exactly what I'm doing here. I'm a resident of Arkansas. I've been out of state for a while, but I heard what happened here, and I more or less rushed back to be of help.
Well, I don't know what you could really do to help there, preacher. Um, about 1 out of every 10 person or people in this town, best we can figure, is probably dead. Uh, one amongst them is my brother, who is the only person that I knew. We moved out here together. He's gone now. So I'm just sitting here in this shithole with a crappy store alone.
I'm sorry for that loss you've had. I'm actually here with two colleagues that have come to help as well. One of them is looking for um, old comrades in arms that he used to serve with, and he's hoping that they may have evaded the tragedy that happened. But obviously, we know that many people have suffered greatly. What was your brother's name?
Clifton.
Could you say that? I didn't quite get that, Brian.
Clifton.
Clifton. Well, sir, I know that words from a stranger don't usually mean anything, but in times of hardship, I usually find it best to envelop myself in my beliefs. I'm not trying to say you have any or that you had any before all this happened, but I do find that finding something to believe in always helps us all. And
Yeah.
look away from me, Michaela.
Look away from me.
She's,
Don't look at me.
she's staring at me like condescendingly. It's really creepy. I feel like there's someone looking down upon me in
Oh
my
my God.
in my tabletop. But yeah, I mean, sometimes our tribulations are harder than we think we can bear, but you know, the Lord says that if we just persevere, there's something great waiting for us on the other side.
I, I guess you mean well, and that's nice. Faith, not for me. Kind of gave up on all that when, the ground shit itself and covered the sky for a decade. That kind of really put a damper on it for me, but I appreciate it, I guess. As for if there's anything you can do for me, no, not really, unless you're in the business of turning time back. So I could tell my brother he's stupid to just help me with this store instead of going to work in a fucking mine.
I don't
Uh,
take it that you know much about the mine and its design.
like, no. No, it's not like whenever he got home we had riveting discussions about the layout of the mine and the wondrous cartography that laid inside. It was a shitty hole in the ground that they pulled the coal out of, and then it exploded somehow and killed all but 3 of them. So, hey. He just kind of leans back.
I'm sorry, talking about this must be difficult. I'm really trying to get as much information from my friend as possible. It's the only reason I pry.
Yeah.
I know you say you guys didn't get to discuss much about it. Do you know of anyone in town who may have designs of the mine? I think my colleague is pretty bent on finding out if his friends are stuck there, if there's a way to get them out.
Well, the local laws got a bit of a stranglehold on the whole idea of getting in or out of the mine. So I don't know if you're really gonna find much fruit on that tree, but I guess you wanted to really to assuage your own curiosity. You could go talk to one of the people who worked in the mine. I think 4 of them are still topside. Uh, probably in the bunkhouse, which is he just kind of looks down a road that sort of heads north. About halfway down that road, keep going the rest of the way, you'll hit the mine.
Okay. I appreciate that help, sir. And we'll be in town for at least a few days, and in my spare time, while I'm not trying to help my colleagues and with his endeavors, I'm going to be doing what I can around town and just trying to bring comfort to anyone I can. So if there's anything I can do for you, if you end up finding that you do want to talk, just know I'll be here. I'll probably set up shop in the church if they'll allow me to, and I'm just here. And I will be for the duration as long as we'll be in town.
Sure. If anyone's gonna fight you on the church, the only thing that's set up shop in there in a while has been raccoons. So he just kind of turns and walks into the store and shuts the door behind him. Doesn't slam it, just kind of slothily lets it fall shut behind him.
I'll kind of lower my head in respect as he gets up, and right before the door closes, I'll say, "The name's JP if you need anything," and I'll kind of turn and start kind of continuing towards the church.
Okay. While he's off to the church, the 2 of you are approaching the sheriff's station, or well, the sheriff's house. Uh, as you start approaching, you see an oil lamp is lit somewhere inside as you see light illuminating out from in there. And both of you go ahead and give me a notice check. Take a -2 to these rolls.
I got a 3.
Okay.
I got a 6 and a 5. Oh, minus 2.
Yeah.
Shit. I got a
You got
fucking
a
2.
9.
No, I got a 2.
Wait, how?
Uh-huh.
How did 6 and 5 turn into 2?
I added 2, not subtracted 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
I got, yeah.
I was confused. Gotcha. Okay. So you don't notice anything as you're walking up. Um, you sort of as you're approaching, the door swings wide, and as it does, you see a woman walk out in a bit of a huff. Uh, she has sort of like a dark shoulder length hair, is wearing a dark vest with a sort of a dark slacks on and boots and a white shirt, and she has a Colt Navy pistol at her hip as well as a bag as she walks out with this sort of a dejected look on her face. She sees the 2 of you, just sort of breezes past you and starts walking down the street.
right. I just kind of look at her as she walks in, shake my head a little bit, and continue on inside.
Yep. As you sort of kind of catch the door as it's going to close back, you see this sort of I'd say older man, probably about 51 ish, sort of in his early 50s, like right on the cusp of his 40s, sitting there in a chair, just kind of shaking his head as the woman leaves. Uh, he's built wide, like he's barrel chested with this bit of like sagging gut, and he's got a sort of dirty one of those like really big Gettysburg style goatees on, and he's wearing this sort of like what looks like long john top where he's pulled on pants and then has suspenders sort of hanging at his side. As you walk into this house, you see it's the front like parlor room is set up as an office, and then there is sort of a ramshackle cage there, and then a small staircase leading up presumably to where he lives. As he sees you two walk in.
I see him.
I'm gonna stay outside.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna go talk to the lady who stormed out.
Okay. We'll keep with Daniel and then go back to you then.
Right.
He sees you sort of walk in. Well, hell, I don't know what the damn point of the door is. People just keep walking in.
Well, to enter this establishment. How you doing, sir? Mr. John H. Whitman.
Harold Green, Sheriff Harold Green. He sits up. I don't quite recognize you, so how can I help you?
And you
If you're
don't
here to report
recognize
a crime, kind of early for it, but that is the duty.
well, you don't recognize because I ain't from here.
Hmm.
But some colleagues of mine from back in the day, they are. And I was wondering about the mine.
You got kin in that mine?
Not by blood, but kin nonetheless.
Hmm. Well, that is a bit of that's a bit of an unfortunate affair, and I am sorry for your loss. Um,
And they ain't
but
lost if there ain't no bodies to prove they're lost.
I respect that. I do. But I have been told by the mayor that it is best to keep others from being in danger, and so that is what I have been doing. Regardless what my opinion is on the matter, I have been given orders. He says he just starts to kind of like shuffle through a deck of cards and sets up what kind of looks like solitaire as he just starts shuffling through them as you talk to him.
Is he sitting at like a small table?
Yeah.
Like in front? Is there another seat?
Yeah, it's kind of like a desk, like sort of your standard old style like oak set desk with a sort of like creaky little chair with what looks like a leather cushion on it, but all of the padding is starting to wear off and it's wearing through to where you can see the sort of like cottony substance below it as you can just kind of plop down if you want.
All right, go up to the chair and kind of slightly pull it out. Mayor?
Well, hell, why not?
All right, sit down. And then I ask him, what kind of games you play?
Well, I can play just about anything, especially when I'm trying to kill time. Like right now, I'm playing solitaire, but if you would like a game whilst you attempt to persuade me into whatever it is you're about to try to do, I have no qualms about it if you'd like to play. What about some stud?
Well, that was my intention. Holy, sir.
All right then, and he starts dealing you cards. Let's say two's wild.
All right.
All right, well, state your case, whatever it may be, Mr. Whitman.
I've came here with a few fellas. And we're all looking to help. I don't know the capacity in which that those two can do. However, I know I can help dig through that mine
Well,
and get through.
well, If it was a matter of manpower, we'd have dug through it already. It's more a matter of safety. Now, I can respect the fact that you're not from here, and if you don't mind me saying, I feel as if the tragedy would not be multiplied much heavier were something to happen to you down there. So, if I were inclined to let someone dig around in the mine, an outsider like yourself, sure. But I am under fairly strict orders to not be inclined in that direction.
Aren't you the sheriff?
I am the sheriff, but that does not make me the man in charge. The mayor has final say around here. I just enforce the law, and when it comes to, well, cave ins, I'm afraid the law has no jurisdiction, as it does not appear there was a crime, from what we can tell. Not that we could tell anything to begin with, even if there was. Daniel, I
Hmm.
just drew a 7. High or low?
Low.
Low. You win the hand as you guys keep talking. And he just sort of shuffles back in and starts to deal cards again. Now, how is it you know these folks?
Served in the 480th.
Hmm. He kind of perks up a little bit at that. Well, you have my respect then. I served myself. Not as long as I would have liked. I got uh, I got injured in a raid about 3 years into the war. Bit of a gimp in my leg, but they sent me back. They needed able bodies at the time. If I'd have been injured 2 years later, I could have kept going. But how could they have known that this guy would abandon us and all the crops would die? He just kind of
Yeah.
kicks a leg. But I can respect that at the very least. Friendships you make out there like that, those are real ones. That's family, and I understand why you're here. I can't say that I would do anything different in your stead, and I am sorry that I have to be the one across the desk trying to talk you out of it.
So you know what it means.
I know what it
What
means.
these men mean to me. And you know that I can't just let someone tell me that I can't go looking for them. You know that in your hearts of hearts now, don't you?
I do. I get it. I do. But as I said, I'm under strict orders not to allow anyone there. Give me a persuasion roll. I'm gonna say this DC is straight 4.
With an extra 6, right?
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna use a Benny.
Okay. Popping a chip. Fair enough.
Yeah.
When you do that, you re-roll both die, not just one of them.
All right. I got a 6.
Is that on a d6?
Yeah, on a 6.
Re-roll it.
6 and a 3.
That is a 9. Okay. That is a raise. So you pass with a raise. He just kind of sits there staring at you for a minute. You got the eyes of someone who's seen quite a bit on you. May I ask your rank, sir?
Uh, what did I say? Okay. I was a captain.
He just sort of nods for a second. I would have guessed. It takes a man who leads to know when to come and help those who need it. He just sort of stands up, and you can see the limp he was talking about as he sort of walks a little bit as he's walking back behind the desk in a sort of pacing manner. Well, I cannot grant you permission to go into that mine. It would be disobeying the edict that has been laid forth by our mayor. I can't say anything about the guard shifts, about how tonight there should be about 3 or 4 hour window where there won't be one. And I can't say that my wife, who owns the stables, would be more than willing to lend a horse to people willing to help. Because that would be wrong, he says. He turns around. You understand why that would be wrong, Captain?
Yes, I do. It would be
Okay.
wrong to disobey the mayor,
Mhm.
but I guess I'm getting a little hungry now, and I'm gonna be moseying off. But I thank you for that fine game,
Mm.
and I throw him a what are they called? Are they dollars?
I mean, yeah, like American dollars too. Well, technically, no. You are in the Confederate States of America. You throw him a Confederate dollar if that's what you're after.
Yeah, I throw him a dollar,
Mm.
and for oh wait, no, he owes me. I won
He
that
owes
hand.
you. He owes you.
I just
Ooh,
Good deal for
you trying to
I just
bribe me,
by
boy?
an officer
just
of the law.
I stand up and tell him all what I just said and leave.
Have a good night, sir. Make sure to get plenty of rest. And he
Oh
sits
yes,
back down
sir.
on the chair.
Probably gonna be an early morning tomorrow.
hmm and as you walk on out, we roll back time as a young lady, looking a little pissed, walks out of a sheriff's office and down the street, and Oliver pursues her.
Yep, just kind of turn around, take a few steps. Excuse me, miss. Might I ask what the problem is?
The problem is that this damn town is steeped in activity. It's filled with a bunch of lazy no-goods who aren't willing to do anything to help people out. She just kind of keeps walking as she's talking back towards what you can tell to be a tap house.
No, hold up just one moment, because I think one of the people who you were looking for just moseyed on in.
And what the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means I just got into town, and I was looking to help with the
Mhm.
tragedy and such, but I'm trying to get a lay of the land, and well, normally the pissed off kind of folk are the right kind of folk.
Well, I am indeed pissed off. Took me a week and a half to get here to do my job, and now they're telling me I can't do it because of a cave in that I already knew was there. Matter of fact, it's why I came here.
And your job?
I work for an insurance company, the company that insures the Crooked Creek mine. I'm here to determine whether or not this was an accident. However, they are not allowing me to do my job, and they are keeping me out of that mine. And I am not to leave until I have figured that out, so you can see why my disposition is a little bit south today.
And, well, I understand why they wouldn't let a stranger such as myself in look at the mine, but why would the mayor deny you? He say anything?
Some bullshit about it being too dangerous to go check in. To which I said, my job is to do dangerous things like that and check in. And he said, well, we can't let you do that. To which I said, it's our property. So I am very much allowed to go look at it. And then he kept feeding me that line till eventually I was simply asked to leave the mayor's location. And that was 3 days ago.
And your conversation with the sheriff?
That sheriff likes to present himself as being important, likes to present himself as being a working man. However, I have determined after the few days watching him that all he does is sit in his chair and play cards with himself. I suspect because he could not find a partner willing to put up with him.
Hmm. Well, you might have just found yourself a friend. Some not liking the look of this right here. And I got two boys with me who are trying to figure out what they can about that mine.
Now, if this is a solution, I'd like to hear it. I'd be very happy to hear it. But I would like to know your business in the mine, because I am not about to partner up or do any sort of business with some sort of grave robbers, looters, or anything of that nature.
Kind of step forward, extend a hand. Fairchild, Oliver Fairchild. And I just happen to be this way. And my good conscience wouldn't let me just sit on my hands while people might be stuck in that mine.
She sort of extends a hand. Mary Walker, White River Insurance Company. And I don't really have much of a conscientious problem here. I honestly do suspect that the people trapped in that mine are dead, but I would like to know if someone needs to be blamed for it.
It seems like we're on the same path here.
Maybe. She just kind of looks. However, it would seem our path is dead ending whether we walk it together or not.
Well, who should I be talking to then? Because I have a few ideas, and I think my boys are working on it. But
I don't really know who best to talk to. At this point, I've talked to everyone who seems to hold themselves in high importance here. The mayor, the sheriff, the old bitch who runs the tap house. It's starting to seem like there aren't many people here who are willing to help. Everyone's either frozen by grief or they just don't give a damn. So, as to who you should talk to, I don't know. I considered going to talk to the folks who survived that little mine explosion, though I suspect since they were probably close enough to the exit to not die, they probably don't know that much. But that was my next stop.
why don't you give me an hour or so, and I can meet you at the tap house, and I can see what we've all learned.
Hmm. Well, I suppose that's fine. I see no reason not to share information, but I'm on my way to the bunkhouse. I'll probably be a little more than an hour. But if you're still at the tap house when I get there, if I have anything to share, I'll share it with you, assuming that you will do it in kind.
Right. Until then, Miss Walker.
Hmm. Thank you. And she sort of turns and starts walking down this sort of north-headed road towards what you presume to be the bunkhouse she mentioned.
And I will
And,
wait outside for Lad.
yep. He comes out, I'm going to say about 5 minutes later.
Mr. Whitman, what do we find out?
Oh, Mr. Oliver, got good news. Had a good old decent conversation with the here sheriff. Good man served. And told me some information. Where I think we should stop by the house, talk to his wife, see if she'll lend us a few horses for some riding later on. We're gonna take a stroll up this here road, and there might not be any guards on post. If you, I kind of lean in. There might not be any guards for about a 3-hour window.
Kind of check the street. Is Adam's not here because he was going to his daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else dropping E's?
Give me a notice check, and just like to clarify, Adam was not going to his dad. He was going to the mine to like
Oh,
stand
right.
guard
That's
for
my
the
bad.
shift. Yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah. But yeah, you can give me a notice check. For looking out for people hidden dropping eaves, I'm gonna say this is a -2 check.
That's fine. And just so I clarify myself again, first session and all,
Hmm.
I take the highest. I don't add these together, correct?
You do not add your 2 die. You take the
Okay,
highest.
that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. I have a 4.
Okay, that is exactly good. As you look around, you are drawing eyes. You're not seeing like people looking and listening intently. What you are seeing are people noticing strangers.
Gotcha.
This Harrison is not a hub of travel. It is not a grand financial monument in the Ozarks. It is a podunk little half-ass town, and outsiders are immediately noticed because they are not one of the 12 people you've known your entire life.
That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. But there are people noticing, but you don't think anyone's listening, if you catch my drift.
Gotcha. Kind of turned sharply. Well, Mr. Whitman, I think we just have our answer right there. Because I don't like how this is all adding up.
Why you say that?
Small town like this, why wouldn't they mine out their dead
They
for a
gave
couple of
somewhat.
weeks?
They gave somewhat good reason. I haven't heard or seen anything to act suspicious about them. It
That would
could just
stop a
be.
grieving family? I don't know about that.
That's the only thing that really itches at the back of my mind, I reckon. People that I knew, their families was just as hard, and they wouldn't put up with being told not to lay the dead to rest or to even see if they're even dead. They wouldn't give up.
I ran into that young lady who just got done talking to the sheriff. Apparently she's an insurance agent. Come check on the mine. And they won't let her anywhere near it.
That's peculiar.
Not exactly.
Was
She's
it
gonna go.
they have some kind of insurance on that mine? Hmm, interesting.
She said she was gonna go down to the bunkhouse and see if she couldn't learn anything. And I said that possibly, depending on what we learn, maybe we could help each other out.
Well, if we hurry, we can probably catch up to her.
Nah, she can meet up with us later. We can go check in on the preacher man.
Yeah, I guess that'd be proper. See if what he's if found the families or not.
Yeah. That in point, Austin, were you gonna do anything before you met back up? Did you have anything else you wanted to do? Because you had time. You just had like one quick conversation.
Yeah. The th- the most important thing I would do, since he mentioned there were a couple people that survived the mine
Mm-hmm.
explosion, I'm just gonna take a quick look through the cemetery, see if any of it's new. That shouldn't be in my mind. I'm like, okay, there's fresh dirt. That then I can maybe look at the names for Mr. Whitman. But after that, I'm more or less going to immediately try to go into town and find those 4 survivors to see if they have a map of the mine system.
Okay, so the things to know: one, um, the survivors are, as he said, likely are at the bunkhouse, which is the road north that Mary was headed down before uh, she talked with Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to go check out that, you can, but you're gonna have to leave town for a couple hours to head that way.
Okay.
And you said you were headed to the cemetery to look for fresh graves and whatnot.
Yeah, fresh graves. And since I wasn't with them, I'll say maybe I didn't know that's where the bunkhouse was. So I might just ask around town if people know where they are. And if I was told they were that far away, then I wouldn't have gone out by myself.
Okay, fair enough. You do get kind of pretty much after your conversation, uh, with Declan, you get the idea of where the bunkhouse is and that it's kind of the halfway point between the town and the mine. So
Gotcha.
about an hour's walk away.
Yeah, then I'll make my focus more the cemetery to collect information, see if there were any fresh graves made, and if then there's someone there, then I'll ask them about um the people who were lost.
So let's see. What is the appropriate thing? I feel like I've just made you guys roll notice like a whole lot. Give me probably just gonna be a fucking notice check again.
Alrighty.
I mean, you roll perception a lot.
Yeah, this is true.
I only give
This
you.
one's just base. This is just a DC 4.
Oh, just base, so just a DC 4. Oh, sorry. Duh. I thought you were telling me just to roll the D4 only.
Yeah.
So I only roll my D4 for this one?
No. You use your wild die.
Okay. Sorry, I just got confused. So that was a 5 on the D6. So 5?
Yeah, no, you get a 5. You pass it. Looking around, you're not seeing a lot of fresh graves here. You see one or two, but they seem to indicate folks who have lived long lives and died. Older folks, like you see, most of the markings seem to span 60 or so years, so not likely a mine worker.
Yeah.
You're not seeing signs of anyone doing any ceremonial burials. There aren't any empty coffins being buried just yet. Um, Go ahead and give me a faith roll.
Alright. So my faith is a D8, so I just roll the D8.
D8.
Okay. And that is a 4.
Okay. Again, being a spiritually attuned person, someone who understands people, their processes, their emotions. Um, you don't know what stage of grief the majority of these people are in, but you don't think any of them are in the stage where they're ready to bury an empty box yet.
Gotcha.
Like, it's only been 2 weeks, and at least almost a week of that was spent hoping that they could get the people out.
I was about to ask that. Is it, was my feeling more on, are they still not giving up hope that that a miracle might happen, or is it,
I think that's part of it, and the other part of it is it's just like they're just now getting ready to accept the fact that these people are probably dead, and then eventually they might move on to something as ceremonial as burying an empty box.
okay, that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, that'll be what I do. Since I didn't see any of the new graves, I'll mark that down. I'll bring up the name Clifton
Hmm.
to Whitman whenever I see him that afternoon. But other than that, uh, I guess I'll
Yeah.
probably just kind of mosey around to the inn. I might spend a little bit of time checking out the church, just seeing if it would be even usable. But then I'd probably just head back.
Yeah, I mean, you get a look at this church. The bones are still good. Like it's a building that hasn't been used in probably 20 years, which, you're familiar with history, specifically with faith and, religion around here. There was a lot of loss of faith about 20 years ago when the world got really bad.
Yeah.
And while there have been resurgences, as hope returns, people start to let the despair roll away. Some places it's kind of stuck. And this seems like one of the places where once people stopped going on Sunday, they kind of just stopped going at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But you all kind of reconvene at the tap house a little later. Um, Now that you guys weren't gone very long, so it's about 7 o'clock now, and breakfast is starting to roll out. You see a few farm hands uh, getting a morning nip and maybe a little food and whatnot as you guys sort of stroll in, or as you guys walk in and have a seat, and then later JP walks in. You guys kind of reconvene over maybe a meal, maybe not. It's up to you.
I'll sit down with him, say, gentlemen, I don't know how much you learned. I hope you learned a deal more than me. I seem to be, for the most part, a little empty-handed for this meeting.
Oh, well, yeah. I ran into a nice woman. Uh, Seems to be insurance agents of some kind. Kind of keep my voice low.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they're not letting her do her job and get too close to the mine.
Did they give reasons?
Just said it's too dangerous to ask for anything past that, or to even look at it. Just said the same thing over and over again.
It's odd.
Starting to get a little suspicious myself. But
Well, on my side of things, the church cemetery had no new graves, so if I had to guess, families were probably holding out hope longer than what the officer originally stated. So I don't know if the mayor tried to kill that hope off, or now I just kind of, if I had to guess this far out, I don't know how much hope these people really have. I did talk to a gentleman that owned a mercantile store. He had a brother that was one of the ones lost in the collapse. I do have a name for you, Mr. Whitman. Does the name Clifton ring a bell?
Does it, Brian?
No, not Clifton. I don't know what you thought your names to be, if you had planned any of those names, but Clifton is not one of the folks you were familiar serving with.
No, I don't know a Cliffman. I can't recall that
Well, then,
name.
at least from the cemetery and from that gentleman, maybe that could be good news for your friends. I know maybe there are people still holding out hope that these men could be around. The gentleman that owned the mercantile store did tell me that there were 4 survivors who made it out, and that they're staying at the bunkhouse right now of the mine. And if we were looking for maps of the mine layout, that they might be able to help us with that. There could be a second entrance that we could have an easier way getting through and maybe finding survivors.
Well, someone is going there now. The Mrs. or
Miss Walker.
Miss Walker. Yeah. Mm,
She,
good lady right there.
Mm.
But I talked with the sheriff, and we're gonna pay a visit to his missus. I'm gonna ask him to use some horses. You can come along with us if you want. We're gonna take a stroll down this here road tonight.
I would.
sure, it's
I,
nice and quiet.
When it's
Uh
It's gonna be a nice and
Glaring
quiet
over
ride.
shoulders.
huh.
It's gonna be a nice and quiet ride tonight if you catch my meaning there.
I catch your meaning. And while typically I would not condone such actions, I do agree with Mr. Oliver.
Condoning such actions.
The sneaking type. Good sir.
We're not sneaking. We're just taking a ride out down the road.
Indeed.
Let's keep it all hush hush, and
Yes.
let's keep ourselves busy today so we don't stick out more than we already do.
Well, if I will say, doesn't seem like too many people are hard on taking help. A lot of them, I think, at this point might just be wanting privacy, but I mean, the church is in complete disarray. I may spend a good chunk of my day just trying to clean it. Sometimes, while it's just a building, sometimes having that building standing strong can be a symbol of hope for those around it, especially in need.
See, I think that'll work. Something to keep you busy.
Mm-hmm.
John, we can do something similar.
Well, it would be a good distraction if we start. And I'm talking in a hushed tone. Well, it would be quite a good distraction if we start building up the church and make it look like we're here and not just waiting around for a particular time. But we also need to go to sheriff's house and let the missus know that we'll be taking a ride out. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll meet y'all at the church.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. And I appreciate the help that you boys are giving me.
Yep.
Got a nod. Stand up.
Yep.
We
You
go
can get
fuck
up.
around for a day.
Hey, say something.
I'm gonna go pee off some shit.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to Mr. Uh, what were we gonna say, Austin? Adam?
JP.
My name is
Oh,
JP.
JP.
Adam, your name is Chris.
That is in the Bible. You got the first man down. My name doesn't show up for another about a couple thousand years, but we'll get there.
Oh, JP. See you in a bit.
See you, sir.
What'd you say?
I said, see you, sir.
It's hard to hear. I'm mosey on out.
Got the shell shock.
I'm about one of these days. I just know I'm gonna accidentally say just John, and I'm gonna get that's Mr. John H.
Mr.
Whitman to
John H.
you.
Whitman. I guess we'll go ahead and start with John H. Whitman. You're headed down to stables to kind of secure a little bit of horse action.
Yeah, I just had to go over, knock on the door.
Uh,
Wife answer.
There's just sort of this like little side barn next to a stable. You see about 5 horses there, and a little corral behind where there's one more just kind of grazing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, very stocky woman just kind of answers the door with kind of a brisk sort of pace, just kind of bopping out as fast as she can, just catching you unawares almost. As you knock, she responds super fast.
I take off my hat and put it against my chest. Ma'am, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing.
Inspiration. Good detailing.
Oh,
Take your chip.
all right.
I still haven't done it, but I'm gonna start. I promise. Um, as you do, this portly sort of fiery woman, you take off your hat respectfully. Uh-huh. And she just kind of stares at you.
Ma'am, I'm Mr. John H. Whitman, and I talked to your husband, the sheriff over by the town,
And I'm
over in
sure
the
it
town.
was riveting.
Yes, ma'am, it was. He's a very,
Mm-hmm.
very kind soul,
Mm-hmm.
comrade. He's family to me now. But I wanted to. He let me know that you're kind-hearted and you're let someone that's willing to help use some horses.
You get kind of that slow blink and another blink. He said, "What?"
Well, he said it would be all right if we could take a stroll tonight and see if we
Um,
can do some helping with the mine.
so my husband, the wise man that he is, has offered you, and I'm sorry, how many are there with you?
Uh, Probably need about 4 horses.
So my husband, the worldly man that he is, has met you today, I assume.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Just going to town, Mr. John H. Whitman.
Well, Mr. Whitman, my brilliant husband, who met you today, has promised you, she counts 80% of the horses in my stable for you to just go on a midnight ride.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And did he arrange payment for that?
The payment is our time, ma'am.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I was hoping I could go on down to the haberdashery, buy myself a new dress, and I hear they're taking time now.
How much is a new dress, ma'am?
She just kind of looks at you. How much is a new dress? Let me think. Well, she just kind of walks past this sort of like dark horse. I could get a black one for about $50. And she walks past sort of like brown and white. I get a spotted brown white one for about $50. a gray one for about $50. Or maybe even another gray one for about $50. So about $200 for dresses.
Oh, that's quite expensive dress, ma'am. You have quite an exquisite taste, I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that your husband is quite proud to call you his wife
I'm
because he,
clearly a lady of high esteem, which is why my dresses are so expensive.
yes, ma'am, you're the wife of the sheriff of this fine town.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm here, ma'am, to make this fine town whole again. Because you
Oh.
see, this town is missing something important. It's missing family. It's missing camaraderie. And I'm here to make sure that my men are found and made whole again.
Mm-hmm.
This
Mm-hmm.
story can lay to rest when those men are found and brought back home.
That's all noble, and I do appreciate it. It's quite lovely to hear there are still people walking about doing good in the world, especially after it all went to shit. I assumed most people walking around were just looking to kill shit and rob it. But you see, my predicament here is that I don't know you. I don't know your friends. Hell, I don't even know if my husband knows your friends. He probably just spoke to you and then made promises on my behalf. So you understand why I'm a little bit leery of just handing my livelihood off to someone that I've never met before because my husband, the brilliant worldly soul that I have already discussed, decided to give you my horses.
I reach into my duster pocket, take out a carton of cigarettes. Uh, you smoke, ma'am?
She just kind of holds out a hand. I might.
All right. I give her one.
Mm-hmm.
I take one. I take a match. I light them both up.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, ma'am, now you do know me. We're sharing a cigarette together in this fine place, in
Uh-huh.
your fine home,
Yes.
Mr. John H. Whitman. It's nice to meet you, and I can assure you that I am noble, and in no mean, and your horses will be returned, and by no means will harm come to that of what's yours.
She takes a kind of long drag over what I assume is a hand-rolled cigarette.
Sure.
Yeah, she just kind of takes a long drag off of it. Look, Mr. Whitman, I don't know how you convinced my husband to do whatever the hell it is you're doing. And frankly, I don't care. What I do care about is that these here horses are an investment made by me, not my husband. My husband's a layabout who sits in the sheriff's office and pretends like he does something while I do work. And these horses are the fruits of my labor. And I'm not really ready to part with them on such uncertain terms. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I will let you rent these horses on two conditions. One, you will pay me for my services. Maybe you won't pay me the full price of the horses, or perhaps you will not supply me with enough currency to buy my dresses, but you will pay me and you will leave something here that I deem suitable as collateral to ensure that you do in fact return with them.
Well, ma'am, how much of a payment are we talking about?
How long are you gonna try to keep these horses?
Oh, just a couple hours, I reckon.
Well, in the
That
name
is,
of
that is, of course, unless I die in that bind.
all right, assuming your untimely demise does not leave me horseless, the risk I'm taking, I'll say $5 a horse. That's $20 if you're not so good at math to have them for the night. And what will you be leaving with me to ensure that I'm not down 4 horses in the morning?
Well, ma'am, I've had this knife for a while, I take it out.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, it's a mighty fine workmanship here.
Yes.
Nice and gold-like. You can hold on to it.
Oh shit, you're pulling out that knife.
The knife.
Oh!
Here's a priceless artifact.
Oh my gosh.
It
I
belongs in the
stole
museum.
I stole this from the Mexicans. Do you want it? Hmm. Now, something that ornate and strange looking being carried by a vagabond like yourself, you'll forgive me if I doubt its authenticity.
All right, that's fair. Hmm. I got this here watch. I've had it for a long time. Served me
Oh
well,
my gosh.
well in the war. This be fine with you?
I'll tell you what. I'm an honest woman, and you, I presume, are an honest man. You present yourself with a sense of nobility,
Oh,
and
there ain't
that's
nothing
nice.
noble about me, ma'am. I'm just a wanderer.
Mm. So I need collateral. And I don't really know if I believe that shiny knife of yours is real, so I'm not going to take that. Forgive me, not to judge one such as yourself. I'll tell you what I'll do. You leave me money equal to half that of the cost of these horses, which I will return to you upon your return. You pay me $20, but I want you to leave 100. I'll give you the 100 back the minute you come back with the horses, and that is a promise.
I can
But
do only 80, ma'am.
well, you said you had some compadres with you, so why don't you ask them to chip in?
Well, they have to take a ride up here, and then we have to come back here. And by the time I get down there, and then we come back down up here, time will be gone. And right now, we're just fixing on the church, and then we got some other stuff to do.
Well, I'll
So
tell you what,
that's
Mr.
why
Whitman.
I came up. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'll
Yes,
tell you
ma'am.
what, Mr. Whitman. When you and your friends come to pick up that horse tonight, I'll be here waiting for you. And if you show up with $120 in hand, be right as rain.
All right, that sounds good, ma'am.
Hmm. Well, if you see my husband, tell him that if he's in the business of making deals on my behalf any longer, that I'm gonna break his other leg.
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell him that his pretty wife said that she's gonna beat him. Rightfully so. Day to you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, and one to you as well. She just kind of sits back and fully like just finishes the cigarette just down to the fingers, just sucks it in and then flicks
Eats.
the ash away and goes back into her stable.
That's a burly woman. Mm.
That woman don't take no shit. So, what as he walks away having made a deal kind of um Oliver, what were you what kind of fucky bullshit are you getting around to do? What sort of tomfuckery do you plan on doing for the day?
Uh, I suppose I need to do my part. I'll start heading towards the wherever the miners were staying.
The bunkhouse
Uh,
where
Bunkhouse.
Mary was headed?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I will go inform her of such. And then after that, uh, I guess I need to fuck around town for a day. I'll check out the blacksmith,
Mm-hmm.
and then I honestly might see if like farmhands need help or something.
Okay. Okay. Takes you an hour to get to the bunkhouse.
Perfect.
It's the halfway between the mine and the town. Um, and honestly, the way you're following after Mary, you basically gave her a 30-minute lead, and that's pretty much it. So you get to the bunkhouse, and as you reach it, you see it's this sort of like longer building with a porch, or ramshackle with sort of uh kind of broken tiles on the top. Like it looks quite leaky, but serviceable. The kind of thing you might find in a company owned place this far out in the boonies. it's a glorified shack meant to hold a lot of people.
Lovely.
Yeah, and as you go further down this path, the sort of like semi-wooded area that was occupying the town where there were trees and overcast, the place where there wasn't really a lot of natural sunlight in the town proper, is 100% increased here. You are walking under a canopy of trees in deep forest before you know it, as you just sort of walk down, which went from being a road to basically a trail before you get to this bunkhouse.
Okay.
Um, you do notice, like as you're going up on one of the switchbacks, you do see a more carved out road that you presume leads from the mine, but it seems to not go through town. You presume this heads down a little further east towards a river where any coal could be loaded onto a boat rather than wagon, as that would be a bit of an unwieldy way to transport something so heavy.
Gotcha.
But you see the bunkhouse and make your way in.
Yeah, I suppose so.
As you poke your head in, you see Mary first thing. She is kind of pulled her hair up and she looks a bit I'm not gonna say exasperated, but just kind of like tired almost, as she is sitting there with four men. You see three guys, one just sort of a portly fella with a like moppy hairstyle, just sort of like flopped around his ears almost, leaning up against a table, just kind of looking sort of prickly, staring down at three men, and these three look haggard. They look like they're not getting a lot of sleep. You see one who appears to be a Latin fella wearing a brown coat and dark jeans, just sitting there with like his hands steepled and his forehead resting against him at the table. And then two more men, both wearing dark shirts with suspenders pulled up, kind of either mimicking that kind of head down or so, as Mary is sitting there talking to him as you walk in. She turns and see you. I I wasn't expecting to see you here. I thought that you would be waiting back at town.
Figured I'd stretch my legs.
Hmm. All right. And she turns and looks at the others. Well, I'm afraid there's not much to be said for this bunch. Unless you guys would like to repeat the story that you told me. And they all just kind of shake their heads a little bit. If you want to know the long story, I don't really have it for you, but the short version is these three were kind of, let's say, on break when the incident happened. And this is a long mine break, so they had been on top for about 4 or 5 hours. And if I tell right, she looks at them, they just heard an explosion in the mine and weren't actually in there at the time. And they just kind of sit there. You can see like that kind of like little bit of guilt on their faces, the fact that they weren't in the mine, that sort of survivor's guilt kicking in. Oh, and this is the foreman, uh, Mr. McPhee. She gestures him to you. I'll let you make your own introductions.
Mr. McPhee, Oliver Fairchild.
Mr. Fairchild. I, I, we've told Miss Walker everything she's asked. I don't know what else you could have to question us. If you'd like, we'll answer, but I don't know what else there is to say.
Well, forgive me if asking the same questions again. But why is it that you haven't dug out your boys yet?
Well, we're on pretty strict orders not to go near the mine. The mayor told us that it would be too dangerous to go back down, and we understand that point of view. Um, and we we, uh, we didn't see much of a point, given that we heard an explosion, not just a collapse. You get me? It's not like the mine just caved; something exploded,
Something
and
exploded.
and I don't know the likelihood of anyone of them making it out if there was an explosion.
And how many men were down there? Men and women?
Well, believe there were 26 down there.
26. All right. And you're the foreman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you had 26 lives in your hand. And you thought it was good to go ahead and throw those away.
Well,
I'm trying to get an insight roll. Is this dude a piece of shit or not?
mm, perhaps. Let's see here. Cursor, where is it? I can't find it. There it is. Yeah,
I'm not seeing anything insight, but
you can give me a motherfucking. Let's go down the list.
I'll give you a notice.
Shut your whore mouth. Go ahead and give me a notice check.
Shit, I gotta get better at notice.
Yeah, there's not an insight. There's no
Yeah,
real
no, I looked
difference.
through it. I was like, yo, there's not an insight on this thing.
There's not a way to look deeper in. It's just like, do you see or no?
Do you see? All right,
You know
that's
what?
one
No,
success.
no.
Oh, okay.
Keep your roll, but it's a common knowledge roll.
Common knowledge roll.
Yeah.
All
Is
right.
this dude a piece of shit? You can probably tell. It's common knowledge.
Common knowledge that
It's
this dude's a piece of shit. All right.
what did you roll?
Uh, so that would be different because I have a 4 in that.
God damn it.
Do I, because of the wild card thing, do I still add a d6 to this, or is it just a d4?
All trait rolls get a d6 if you're a wild card.
Okay, all right, then. So yeah, then I'd roll a d6 and a d4 for that
Correct.
roll. Correct. All right. Then I'm gonna re-roll the d6 because I rolled a 6 on that. Correct or no?
Yeah, well, if you only did you roll 1d6 or 2?
I rolled 2d6 because that's what I have in
Okay,
notes.
yeah, then reroll.
All right. Oh, just
Decided
one
to
d6?
no, a d6 and a d4.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I've decided to fuck you because I can.
I
And
rolled
because I
another
want.
6.
God damn it, roll again.
A 2.
Okay,
8.
so that is an 8, which is a raise. You get an air of like manager syndrome from this guy. Um, this is the kind of dude who does very little work but likes to parade around and wield his authority. The kind of dude who is more than happy to take credit for things when they go right and the shift blame when they go wrong, as long as he can make sure he's doing as little work possible.
Mm.
On your raise, he seems unnerved. Something is causing him to feel nervous, causing him to feel worried or afraid. But there's something deeper in this dude than just being a piece of shit.
So you'll find that over 24 husbands, brothers,
We're
starved
not,
to death,
we're not
men and
fine
women
with.
that you were in charge of.
Obviously, I'm not fine with it, but what am I supposed to do?
Mr.
The
McPhee,
law.
how long has the mine been operating?
15 years.
15 years. And what have you been digging out there? Coal mostly?
Cool.
Coal. Ever have an incident like this before?
Well, no. Like a cave in that does this? No, of course not. I mean, there've been collapses. People have died before, but never like this.
Never like this. So what happened? Walk me through your day.
Well, I started the day by giving everyone their shifts, their work orders, setting quotas, making sure everyone was equipped, and then I sent them off, and I went back to the foreman's office to start going through the ledgers and the paperwork to see our next shipment off. Um, and that lasted the first few hours of the day. And then eventually I heard a bit of a rumble, and I went to check and found that the mine had caved.
And that's it.
That that is all. That is what happened.
And why would explosives be used so close to the entrance? If we've been working this mine for 15 years, why is the
Well,
explosion going to be 200 feet back?
uh, I
But of
don't.
course, this isn't my profession. I'm just looking to help.
Yeah, I don't rightly know. As I said, I don't
And that
know
just don't
what.
make sense, do it?
It could have been that someone had transported some blasting sticks up, and then one went off, and then it caved downward, or something. If it was a gas pocket or something, maybe the explosion started low and then rolled up, and then the cave-in did the same.
Well, I suppose that's just that, isn't it? One little mishap and dead gum near 30 people dead. That's too bad, isn't it? Well, Miss Mary, I think that's all I had. Mr. McPhee, pat him on the shoulder. Hope you sleep well.
Yeah, have a good day. Yeah. And you get up and leave on that.
Hold the door open for Miss Walker.
Yeah, she gets up and she just kind of smirks at you as she walks out, and then steps out. And as you shut the door, so you were also detecting bullshit then.
Stunk.
Mm. Well, I'm not gonna say this made my job easier, as it seems that all I have learned is that there's more and more reason for me to be here, and I still have no substance of which to investigate. But I'm hoping that you have something to bring to me, as I was headed there to share my information with you, and it seems you have come to get it yourself. So, while you're here, if you have
I
anything to share,
suppose
I would
that'd
like
be
to hear it.
easier, wouldn't
Mm, it would.
it? Just kind of start walking.
Hmm.
So, once, just kind of, we poked around and, well, we asked around the townsfolk and just kind of meander around Mr. JP's part. And then once we're like 5, 10 minutes away from the lodge, but this is whenever it gets good. The sheriff seemed inclined to tell us when there might be a opening to maybe go poke around in places we're not supposed to.
Can't imagine how you accomplished that with that oafish piece of shit. But I commend it nonetheless.
And so we were going to go poke around, and I figured you might want to be there as well.
I most certainly do. Especially if you can get me into that mine. I am, well, I'm prepared to ride at whatever time you guys deem necessary.
Gonna be late tonight,
Mm.
making sure we don't draw any unwanted attention any more
Well,
than we already have.
I failed to sleep in this morning, but I believe I can manage.
Now, I saw that there was a little path down by the river.
Mhm.
Boat of some such?
From what I can understand, yes, the little slope leading down, they use mine carts to go down to barges on the river, then they barge it down the river, uh, down towards Little Rock, and gets to Little Rock, and then they send it wherever it needs to go from there by train.
Don't suppose you've poked around there yet, have you?
No, I have not. I suppose that would be my next stop. If you're willing to escort a lady, though, you could be my guest.
Well, I suppose that gives me something to do today.
Fair enough. And you two start proceeding down towards the river on this sort of like dirt path. And while you do, I'm gonna go back to old JP.
Oh, JP.
Old JP.
Oh yeah.
So John H. Whitman is going to procure horses and has
Mr. John A. Whitman, sir.
old JHW has gone to do that. And you are going to the church?
Yeah, I was just gonna spend my day fixing it up.
Okay. You know what? This is straight up a good opportunity for me to use a skill that has not been used yet. Give me a repair check.
Otis.
So if I don't have that, how do I?
So a repair check, and you don't have it, that is a D4 minus 2. So you have to roll a 4, and then you have to roll at least a 2 in order to succeed this check.
I only roll the D4, right?
Yes.
No, you still roll a D6.
Oh, yeah,
like,
my bad. I'm done.
You're unskilled, but you're gonna subtract 2 from
Okay.
the wild die, and like whatever you roll, D4, D6, subtract 2 from it because you're
Okay.
unskilled.
So anytime we roll on the skills tree, we'll always roll a D6 because we're a wild card on top of our dice.
All trait rolls add a D6 for your wild card.
Not
Gotcha.
attribute. Attribute.
Yeah. Traits, any trait skill, which includes attributes and skills.
All right. So, D4 with the -2 is a 1. I rolled a 6 on the D6, but -2 is a 4, so I don't think I passed.
Well, no, you do pass A and B. Remember, if you roll the max on the die, you do get to roll a second one and add it. Well, it's not even a second one. Every time you roll max, you get to keep rolling. So on a 6, you could figuratively roll a 42, but you'd have to roll a 6 7 times in a row.
Oh, okay.
You wait, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I know it is. I'm playing with you.
So I re-roll the 6 again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then this one's going to be a 0 because it's a 2, so 0 for that one. So just 4.
Oh, I'm muted.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
So,
I think I broke it.
No, you rolled a 6 because you rolled a 6 and a 2 minus 2.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you do succeed. You walk in, first thing you notice, door is mostly off its hinges. You don't really know if there's a great way for you to fix that in one day, so you focus on the things you can't fix. Namely, cleanliness. You walk into this church, and it is dilapidated. A lot of the pews have started to rot. The pulpit at the top has mostly collapsed in on itself, and it's filthy in here. You can tell animals have lived in it. You see sign of them leaving droppings, whatnot. There's even a small skeleton where it looks like a cat, or like a small like little nest of skeletons where it looks like a cat may have been dragging mice and squirrels in here to eat.
Oh, that's cool.
So
Oh,
the first repair check is quite simply you just start cleaning it out, which is the easiest and probably also the most time consuming thing you can do with this church, since it has been left unoccupied for decades. But you are able to, in the day that you have, make it look presentable on the inside were it not for all the sort of broken down furniture.
Yeah.
Now, in the future, should you decide to come back to this church and repair it further, you could, but the check will be harder and you will need actual supplies to fix some of this stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you'll need new hinges for the door, you'll need new wood for the pulpit, new wood for the pews. But if you could fix those, you think this church could be presentable. The windows are boarded up, but you don't know if you're gonna be able to get glass anywhere.
Yeah.
So, maybe just have to accept the windows stay boarded up. But the inside could be made to look nice with some elbow grease and a little money spent.
Okay.
So that's what you spend your day doing. Is there anything you want to do while you're doing that?
Um, Probably just sing me some hymns that I know from heart.
You
And I'm just
can do
gonna,
some hymns,
you know,
and
gotta focus, gotta get in it.
you know, it does help. It
Uh,
makes you,
I'm gonna do inspiration for that.
yeah. You
Yeah.
take a chip,
I can just see him sitting there.
bopping around, singing his songs, cleaning up. Yeah, no. If anything else, you feel better. This has been a bit of a downer of an expedition so far, but here, cleaning up a place of faith, maybe bringing a little light back to a place that hasn't seen a ray in a while. It feels good.
Isn't
Feels
that
like you're helping even if you can't do anything yet.
isn't that everyone in town's so sad, but I'm a happy, happy man.
Hey, happiness is contagious. You just got to
That it
find the
is.
patient zero. So, that's what you spend your day doing. Um, so John H. Whitman, Mr. John
Mister.
H. Whitman, you finish your task in roughly 15 minutes. What the hell are you doing for the rest of the day?
I go help Austin.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, you gonna sing some hymns with me?
Uh, no, I ain't much of a singing voice. I got a little bit of a rise from these cigarettes.
Oh,
It's all right. All singing's good as long as it's for the Lord.
Just keep it
mhm. Yeah. You two, he helps you clean. He seems less enthused.
I'll
When
get.
you
I'll.
start singing of the old time religion, he's less on board.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
But more hands make less work. I'm gonna say it doesn't even take the full day, so you guys have time to rest a little bit if you want
Cool.
to before the night.
You see,
Which
it's not me that's doing the saving here. I'm planting the seed in Whitman. It's the
Ah,
Lord that's gonna
if
create the
there's one
crop.
thing I know about church is that they're gonna be trying to plant. No, I'm gonna. Just kidding. That's a Catholic thing. But you guys go about cleaning out the church, and it looks presentable by the time you're done. And then you have time to go back to the tap house, get you some supper if you'd like it, and relax. Um, while you're doing that, go back to Oliver, where you and Mary are sort of carefully going down this sort of inclined, muddy area where mine carts are taken down, and it's a little treacherous. You can see where there's like some railing for the mine carts to go down to keep them from going fast, where you could apply a brake to keep them from sliding down, but also allowing them to slide enough to where momentum could carry them.
mhm.
Um, so it's a little tough going for you two, but you're able to go down. What exactly are you looking for as you're going?
uh, does it look like it's been used recently? Like
Mm,
the trail before we get down to the boat itself?
give me a survival check.
I'm actually fucking good at this.
A
Or at least, a D4
but
is worth.
survival check. That being said, it has been a while, and chance of this going down are a little high. -3 to this roll.
Okay. Hmm. Got
Yes.
a 4. Let me roll that again. I got another 4.
He's climbing. He's
I got
climbing.
another 4.
Oh
He's
my gosh.
climbing. Keep going.
It's a 2. Damn it.
So that's 14 -3 is an 11. Okay. That's that's two raises.
What do I smell?
What do I
No, that's
smell?
only one raise. That's barely one raise, not two.
Smell some
So
bullshit around here.
here is what you notice. And it's less so about what you notice on the trail or on this like little downslope, and more about what you notice on the trail. So as you guys are sort of inspecting this downslope that leads towards the river, you're seeing sign that it was most, if not all, use of it stopped roughly 2 weeks ago. So that lines up pretty well with when the mine went down. Maybe a little longer after if there was anything left on the outside of the mine to go ahead and get the material out of there so it's not just sitting. But that's about the extent of it. So you can pretty sure tell that the downslope has not been used. However, when you start walking back, kind of discussing with Mary that that was a dead end, you do notice something on the road. As you're walking, you see ruts in the road that are not easily visible, especially since this is a trail more than a road itself. And the canopy keeps it from holding water, so it's not very muddy, but just barely perceptible. And only if you're really looking for it, you can see where a wagon has come down this road at least a couple times since the past 2 weeks have crested.
Point that out.
Hmm.
Wagon's been here.
What the hell were they taking out or bringing? She thinks for a second. That that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing that
No.
could come out of that mine that would be light enough for anyone to bring a wagon through. And if it was, well, it would leave a hell of a deeper imprint than this. Hmm. And she just kind of looks at it for a second and kind of like you see her like spreading her arms and like making the width. And she holds her arm out about roughly 6 feet. And I sure as hell didn't see a wagon this big in town.
I don't reckon I did either.
Hmm. Well, this is becoming more and more a puzzler.
Well, I guess whenever we take our midnight ride, we can keep our eyes out for a wagon.
Yeah. I'm not ruling out. Come on. And she just kind of starts walking, and I'm gonna have Mary make a survival check. You could also make another one if you want, but you see that she's trying to follow the trail, and she's like doing this as you go. You think she's trying to see if once you get to town, if she can keep following it.
Okay. I'll try to help
Uh,
with this.
okay. There are two ways you can help with this. You can roll your own, or
Mhm.
you can like essentially do the help action, which is called support in this. So essentially, you pick a trait you want to roll that you think can be used to help, and if you are successful, she adds a plus. Hold on, let me make sure I'm telling you right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the page.
She can add a +1 to her total. If you get a raise, she adds a +2. If you crit fail, she loses 2.
Then
So
I'll
if you
I'll roll my own because she's already on it.
okay, let's see here. Is this a D4? I can never tell with the little bullets. Where's
You
my
biggie.
where's my little D4 bullet? There's my D4 bullet. Right, Mary does not get it, as she just kind of loses the trail after a while. And I will also say this is a hard check because of everything I mentioned when you got the raise. Um, so this one also subtract 3.
All right. I got a 14.
What?
4, son.
What?
Damn.
Okay, I guess. So that is 2 raises again. I'm trying to think of how to reward that. You can, as you guys walk into town, you can very clearly follow these tracks. Um,
I will take my extra thing as no law people,
no witnesses.
no witnesses.
Okay, that's one of your fucking extra things. Okay, you follow these sort of wagon tracks, and as you're kind of going along, you see as you sort of follow the town that they go on and out of town the same way you guys came in. So whoever ran this wagon did not come back to town with it. Whatever they took or brought, they then left town.
Mm.
And you can say that definitively. Like you are certain that this wagon did not even stop. It went straight out or came straight in. Probably both. But you don't
Probably.
know if it you can't tell if it took or brought is the only
Gotcha.
problem.
Did the initial tracks that we found, did those go back towards the mine or no?
Yes.
Okay.
But the two of you find those tracks. Are you going to pursue them further out of town? Because
What time of day is it?
let's say, hour there, say an hour for investigation, then an hour back, 3. It's approaching noon.
Hmm. Suppose it couldn't hurt. I mean, yeah. As me and Mary get there and start checking it out, uh, I'll kind of stop him. Hold up just a minute. Let me go check in real quick, since this is getting interesting.
Sure,
I'll
by
head
all
to the
means.
church.
Yep.
Go up to the boys. Now we just found something a little peculiar that I figured I'd share since I just got back in.
Okay.
There's some kind of wagon that's been hauling something since the 2 weeks, and it goes straight out of town. I was thinking about poking around, checking it out. I wanted to see if maybe you boys wanted to come along, or if we should try to be delicate about this until tonight.
Mm. I think since we're trying not to provoke too much attention with everyone kind of with the town being as sensitive to what's going on, it may not be in the best interest if we all start
They're
snooping into the
saying
same thing.
it's out of town, and they don't go that way since it's not the mine. And right now, no one's on the street. So if we want to do this as a team, we can go ahead and do
Mm.
that right now.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and leave. I got a wagon to catch, or not.
You know,
Catch may be a bit heavy because you noted that these were older tracks.
okay. I'll hesitate for a second, maybe look around at the church and be like, "We've done good work.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we can find out about this wagon and if it can give us answers. Because the people deserve answers." Yes. And I just leave. Half talking to myself, half kind of just like in the direction of Mr. Whitman.
John H. Whitman. You walk back out. You see Mary standing there. This is the first time you have met Mary, JP. As you see her standing there. Same description I gave the others. Dark hair, about shoulder length, though she's bundled up at this point. Dark vest over a white blouse with dark pants and a Colt revolver at her hip, and then a backpack on. Well, a satchel.
And this is Mary Walker, right?
Mary Walker.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am.
Sir, and she just sort of nods to you. Am I to take it that we are gonna attempt to follow this trail that you found?
Well, I figure sun's still shining.
Fair
Ain't got
enough.
nowhere better to be.
Well, in that case, why don't you lead the way since I have very well lost it myself?
I
Mr.
mean,
Whitman, are you coming along?
yep, I walk outside and I see her and go up to her. Ma'am, I heard a little about you. I'm Mr. John H. Whitman. Pleased to meet you.
A pleasure, Mr. Whitman. Mary Walker.
Miss Mary Walker. You look pleasant today. Now, why don't we hit this trail and see if we can find out what's going on here? I'm
She's
sure
sort of.
our hmm,
Mm.
I'm sure our fellow comrade here has told you about our midnight ride.
He has. I'm glad that you are willing to accommodate me.
Yes,
I
ma'am. I've
appreciate
already
it.
procured our horses, and I made
Um,
sure to get 4 of them.
well, I do appreciate it. If there is any expense in that matter, I'd be happy to pay my fair share, of course.
I already got it covered, ma'am.
No, you don't.
How much did that? How much did that cost you?
I wait for uh, Mary to kind of walk a little bit. I'm gonna need about $5 from you. I need five. I'm gonna need $5 from you and Mr. JP over there.
All right.
That's it. They're gonna give us 4 horses for $20.
Rightfully so. Yeah, yes, sir. She believed in our
The
good work.
cost.
Well, the sheriff and his wife are both mighty kind. I'll hand you 10.
I take out a cigarette. Well, mighty kind. No, no, I don't do that.
All right, mark down 10
Uh, I take 5.
for Mary. It's fine.
I'm already got her covered. Thank you, though.
All right.
And you're sure this is all you owe?
What was that, JP?
JP.
What was that?
I was just asking, are you sure this is all that is owed?
Just $5 a head, yes, sir.
Okay. I hand over my money.
Oh, that's funny.
And we
Any,
we tracking.
you tracking? Give me one more survival roll, still -3.
Just him.
This is
Anyone who wants to, and if anyone else would like to provide support, they can. Which basically means you state the trait you'd like to roll to help him. If you're successful, you add a +1 to whatever he rolls. If you raise, +2. If you crit fail, -2.
I'll do survival.
Okay.
I
Are you rolling for yourself or supporting Oliver?
Uh, Supporting, I guess.
Okay. You go ahead and roll yours then. Since you're just providing support, DC is 4 with
Okay.
no negatives to it.
and I can wait till after the roll to use a
Yes.
Benny.
Yes.
All right.
am I also able to support, or is it one support per?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
both support.
Okay, and then we roll our normal dice as a support, both of them.
Yes. Yeah. You pick whatever you would like to roll to support, and as long as it is like viable, then yeah, you can roll whatever you want.
No, I'll just do survival.
Okay.
I got
Mary
9.
does not give you a +1.
God damn it, Mary.
She's not good at survival.
Neither am I.
Are you ready for mine?
Yep.
I got a 17 with 2 ups.
What the fuck?
It's
Okay.
crazy once it starts rolling.
4
I am good at survival.
Oh shit.
or
I should be
8.
supporting you.
Yeah. 12. 3. Okay, so whatever you roll, chance, add +4.
I-
Thanks to.
I'm saying with my support, I rolled a 7.
Add +5 to whatever you roll. So you.
Alright. Add +5. I rolled a 4. I'm gonna use a chip to re-roll this
Okay.
because why not?
Yeah.
I got the chips. There's one. 6.
Okay.
9.
Okay. So that was a 9 without the +5.
Yes, that's a 9 without the +5.
So
Modifier.
14 14 minus 3. So 11. So again, a raise.
Ginyu Force
Y-
pose. Activate.
You guys fall together into some seamless teamwork, and you kind of edge Mary out of this. Is you all really sort of hit to the nitty gritty of what you're looking for, and she just kind of takes a step back to let you guys work. She kind of, doesn't have as much to offer in the conversation. You guys are able to track. How long are you guys willing to track this? Is a good question, because you
What time
guys
do
have
we
got
start?
to the noon.
Uh, say about 7 or so at the
Okay,
latest.
so you guys are willing to go 3 hours out because then you'll have to go 3 hours back.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds fun. Cause yeah,
Yeah.
in 3 hours back, and we can rest. We can get like a short rest in.
hmm So I only asked that long period of time because the raids I'm gonna give you is that you're not gonna roll again. Um, you guys are able to track this. You've locked on like heat seeking. You found it. This is the way. You follow these wagon tracks same way you guys started east out of town. However, once they get about 45 minutes east, they take a turn south, which you guys follow down slope a little bit, and at about 2 hour marks in going south, it starts to turn west. So at 3 hours march, you see that it took sort of like a hook pattern down the foothills, headed towards more of the flatter area of Arkansas, and then curving back out towards the west. And from what you can tell, hell, I'll say this with the Rays. What you can tell, it doesn't look like the wagon came back from its last trip. Fuck was that?
Good we.
That was
Nick.
Nick.
Yeah.
He didn't say
But
bye, fuck bastard.
Fucking bastard.
but it doesn't look like it came back on its last trip. That's what
Okay.
you kind of glean from it.
Oof.
Oh, never mind. There he is.
Oh.
Yep.
Got him.
Got him.
How fresh do these tracks look then?
Remember, you had to make a difficult check to even perceive these. These
Okay.
checks are at least a week old.
All right. Well, getting to be about that time we turn back.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree.
I wish I could say that we found a little bit more, but at the very least, we know whatever was taken or brought headed out west, which, frankly, the word west has got a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. As imagine most people it does lately.
Mm-hmm.
To the side. All right. I'll make a. Do you think like I would need to kind of like make a mark on a tree or something to find our way back here, or
I don't think so. Like, you guys have been following a road. It's not like there are a lot of forking roads out here.
okay. I just wanted to
Like,
make sure before we turn
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Oh, once when we get done with the business in the mine, we can follow this and see what kind of shenanigans has been going on. I reckon.
Shenanigans. There's shenanigans afoot.
Them tomfooleries.
Uh-huh.
Going
Goddamn
west is
O'Driscoll boys.
God damn, let's go.
Goddamn O'Driscoll.
But you guys start making your way back. It's about 7 o'clock by the time you all arrive back. I assume you all get a little rest, bide your time, get some food before you guys head out a little later in the evening to procure your horses and go on a bit of an excursion.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Dinner. Time for some grub.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
we need a snacky snack.
20 cents from everybody. You notice Mary doesn't pay. Um, and you infer it's likely that she is paid room and board, so she's likely staying here.
Gotcha.
Um, but you all get a nice plate of beans with some cornbread and then a little bit of little bit of bacon with it
No,
for
I
supper.
reckon I can get used to this cornbread, ma'am. Thank you once
And shouldn't
again.
we just pay for rooms?
I mean, that's your choice if you'd like to.
'Cause I mean, like, we're gonna have to sleep here at some point, right?
It's your call if you would like to try to get rooms for the night.
I'll
You know,
get a room.
I'll take a room, I reckon. And one of
Okay.
y'all can stay with me.
Keeps us
I
a
don't
little
know.
inconspicuous.
Well, there aren't many rooms for let here. Are you all comfortable? Not you, of course, miss. But are you three comfortable in staying in the same room?
That'd be fun.
See why not?
All right. Well, a room for you all be a quarter.
Alrighty.
I'll pay it.
Okay.
JP
You
has
fork over.
already handed her the quarter.
I will be
Oh.
paying the bill. I'm a big man.
I'm a big man.
I'm a big man. As you hand a quarter over, you all bide your time. You guys talk about anything while you're waiting?
Mm,
Let's talk about the cornbread.
This
Mm.
cornbread good.
Yeah, nice cornbread. I think
I
I'd
like
take myself a little bit of a nap.
a siesta. Okay, you see Oliver just kind of drift off at one point. You two got anything to talk about while you're waiting?
Nothing serious.
Yeah, nothing
All right.
really.
All right. Well, then night falls and the hour grows late as the sort of half moon sort of starts to shine down a little bit through the trees, little pinpricks and veins of light working their way through. You guys look out. It's about that time. It's about
About that
11 o'clock.
Well, boys, I figure we should start heading.
time. Who's all in here right now?
You notice that Danielle has a. Is her name Danielle? I think it's Danielle.
Yeah.
Whatever. She has gone to bed, and there's a younger man manning the counter tonight, and he's already kind of nodding off. Uh, there are two of the same people you saw last night already passed out. You got to see them in full ritual tonight, getting absolutely tossed, and that's it.
Okay.
There's a little dog.
Can I do a side thing? Can I
Sure.
gamble with people getting tossed and see if I win something?
Mm. All right, so I'm gonna need a couple rolls from you.
Okay.
Uh, give me a persuasion roll first to see if you can't start a game up.
All right.
And they're drunk, so I'm gonna say add a +2 to this.
I got a 5.
Okay. Now give me a gambling roll.
Gambling. All right.
Uh-huh. And yeah, it's just a gambling roll unless you're trying to cheat.
No, I'm an honest man. I got a
Okay.
3.
I'm an honest man.
Okay.
I'm gonna
eh,
lose.
you're probably gonna lose that one.
I'm gonna use a penny to re-roll.
Okay. Okay. We're calling Chips. Benny's lame.
All right. I'm gonna roll a chip.
Chip.
All right.
Are you skilled in gambling, or are you just rolling unskilled right now?
Skilled.
Okay.
I got a. What happens if you both roll max?
You
I
re-roll
am
both
leaving the
and still
food
take
behind,
the
but I think
highest.
that's okay.
So if you
Okay.
roll two d,
I got 9.
okay. So a 9, that is one raise on that. So not only do you, as you're sort of there playing cards with them, they're just sort of drawing. They're like, you ain't. I know you ain't got your goddamn full house. I can see it in your muddy little eyes. All right. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this right here, and you see him push 50 cents onto the table. I raise you. What do you think about that, Mr. Coat? and he like flicks your coat.
So, well, sir, Mr. John H. Whitman, and I don't back down. I'm going to continue on.
And he plays his cards when the time comes. You match him. He had a pair of fours.
All
And
right.
you, of course, were bluffing, but you had three of a kind. So you clean up 50 cents from this.
All right. I was hoping for a little bit higher than that, but okay.
How much money you think these motherfuckers got?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I guess this town is kind of a shitty ass town.
It's
Okay.
1800s. That was like a car.
That was like a car.
You just stole that man's life savings. No,
Don't
you able to steal a nice $50 out of that? And when I say $50, I'm talking about a big shiny $50,
All right.
a big silvery motherfucker.
All right.
As you take that off of them, and you clean up a little. Um, I'm assuming JP and Mary just kind of chit chat for a little bit, and then the time comes.
All right. Uh, well, let's make our way down to the old sheriff's house. Mrs. will be waiting for us up there.
Let's do it.
You guys make your way. It's dark. Very little light has shed in the town. The the moon is providing uh, modest light. You can see a little bit, but not well. Even here, because of the canopy of trees, you think once you start heading to the mines, you're definitely gonna need lanterns in order to see. Um, but you pull up to the stables, and you find, I don't believe the introduction was ever made, but you find the sheriff's wife Edith there, and she sees you walking up. Well, well, well.
Oh, how
If
you
it isn't
doing, man? It's nice to see you again. I'll put my
Mr.
hand out and take my
John
hat off.
H. Whitman.
Yes, man, that is I, Mr. John H. Whitman. How you doing this fine evening?
I'll be doing a whole lot better once your end of our business deal is concluded, because if it's not, then I will have stayed up for nothing.
Oh no, I don't disappoint, ma'am. Give her a nice long stare. And I
Are you
take out,
coming on to Edith right now? What is happening?
and I take off, and I take out $15 and $5 from each of us, and then or $20.
Yeah,
Mary's with it.
yeah. She takes the 20 and
Uh,
Arch an eyebrow.
oh by God, I'm sorry, ma'am. I done forgot the other part. All right. I go over to the other two boys. Uh,
What the fuck?
I forgot to tell y'all, it's $5, but we also each need to leave. We need to leave $100
you don't
as
each need to
collateral.
leave $100. You need to leave $100 total.
Yeah, $100 total as collateral. Sorry, I missed this uh, detail.
Oh, okay. So just between the three of us, we have to leave by $100.
Yeah, we need to leave another $100, Mr. JP.
Alrighty.
And as long as we return the horses, she'll give us back the money. Now the problem is, I would have handled this without telling y'all, but I'm short. Hate.
I
I'm a little
unfortunately am not.
short
I
of
unfortunately am
$100.
not carrying the equivalent of $10,000 American on me.
So
Little fancy rich boy can't pay $10,000.
Right.
I can provide 50 of it, but if y'all be kind enough to do that,
I can do another 20.
I can spot the whole 100 if you'd like me to.
Jesus,
What?
fuck.
oh no, we need to all take a little bit of skin in the game.
Alright.
Do the 50, you do 50.
I
Be
can do
alright.
that. Yep, I can do that.
Take the money. I'll go back over. Sorry about that, ma'am. But here you go. Sorry, my
You
brain's
see,
a little. Oh,
you see Mary kind of like arch an eyebrow and kind of like purse her lips, so like, whoo.
my brain's a little fuzzy since the war and all.
Well, thank you for your service. She says she takes the money.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be back with your horses.
See that you are. And she tucks the money away just straight down the cleave, the deep cleave.
Now I gotta contemplate if I'm even allowed to take that back.
The way John H. Whitman is talking, he'll get it himself at this
Oh.
What?
point. But there are 4 horses saddled for you. All seem fairly strong, good condition. A brown one, a black one, well, a brown and white one, a black one, 2 gray ones.
Okay.
I'll take a
So,
gray one.
you take a gray one. Mary opts for the black.
I'll take the other
And
gray one.
I'll take whatever's the one closest to me. I'll
all
look
right,
at Miss Elliot. What's your name?
Edith.
Edith. I look
Edith
at Edith.
Green.
I tip my hat to her, and I start going down the road.
Start moseying. All right. You guys head north towards the mine, and as you're going north towards the mine, you see another deputy who you don't recognize. And as he walks past you guys, he just tips his hat and keeps on going.
Shit.
Um, you guys do have lanterns, right? Like you have light.
Yes.
Okay. You guys clip clop down the road. It takes less time, obviously, on horseback, but not as much as it would in the daytime because you still have to be very cautious riding horses at night. So you guys arrive at the oh shit. You guys arrive at the hold on. My dice
There's a
cylinder lost a pin. I'm fixing it.
there's a big bag of shit. The road.
You guys ride up to you know what? Just for the sake of time and because I like making you guys roll different things, why doesn't everyone just give me a riding check?
Cool.
Riding check.
That's a
Riding.
skill.
To ride horses.
So how do you roll this? If it's your
D4
D6 and a
-2.
-2.
Yep. Man,
Alright.
I really respect you, Daniel. I want you to know that you walked into a Western setting and said, I don't know how to ride a horse.
You were part of the military.
Hey,
I just got mad respect
well,
for that decision.
Just got mad respect.
We
I rolled a 15.
So
I
you're
got a
good.
0.
I actually have a skill in riding.
I have 5.
Mama made sure all her little drug hounds could ride.
Mary actually matched Austin.
Oh.
So 2 of you fucking pros. They will compensate for John H. Whitman, who probably has a passing knowledge of how to ride horses, but horses in the dark, he seems almost right off the trail, like a lot. So with the expert equestrian skill of Mary Walker and JP, you guys are able to move up the pass fairly briskly. It would take 2 hours on foot, but you guys are able to cut it in half to an hour on
Good night.
horseback,
Love you
even
too.
in the dark.
Nice.
As you guys move on, and you arrive at the outside of the Crooked Creek mine, just sort of built into a hillside again, trees surrounding on all sides. You see a cave opening with a shack, just sort of situated in the front, and then equipment outside, carts and rail that lead down to the incline that you guys saw earlier, and an opening before you.
All right. So let me rehash. So is there like any kind of like cabins or sheds around the entrance?
Just the large shack that appears for like tool storage and the foreman's office.
All right.
Probably check that out.
Yeah, but I say as we hop off, I'll kind of like nudge Mary. There's probably something waiting in the foreman's office.
Well, we can certainly check. And she hops off and sort of ties her horse off on a tree And she takes her backpack. She had a satchel before, but now she has like a larger backpack that she took out of her room that she throws on, and walks towards the shack.
All right. You boys check out the mine. We'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna go look at the mine entrance.
Yeah, you guys split up. Mary and Oliver go to the entrance of the foreman shack. You guys walk up, and Mary just kind of jiggles the door. Locked. And she starts looking around, kind of for like a window or something. And she kind of does a full circuit around and comes back. Well, it would be untoward to suggest that something should happen to this door.
Crank back a boot.
Give me an just give me a raw strength ability check. Or fighting if you would prefer to taekwondo this.
I do a karate chop and I chop it in half.
It's baller.
It's fucking sick, bro. I got a 5.
This is not a sturdy door. There are no modifiers to help it out. You kick it straight the fuck in.
Kia.
You just get that big boot going and you splinter that door right down the middle, and then you and Mary each just kind of take a side of the broken thing and pull the rest of it free. And she kind of grabs her lantern, gives a little shake to get the oil flowing a little bit, walks in.
Thank you. Kind of squint. Looking
You
around.
you start poking around in there. Give me a goddamn notice check.
I'm gonna be the moment I can. I'll be great at notice.
Uh-huh. Since it's low light, go ahead and roll it at -2.
Gotcha. All right, that is 1-6.
Okay.
10.
Okay. 10, 2, 8. Gotcha. Um, you walk in and you get a pretty quick lay of this place. Because it's not a lot here. And it's not like it's not that it's like sparsely settled here. It's just that everything in here is very mundane. Like there's tools, there's ledgers that you look through that seem mostly eh. There's nothing really out of the ordinary,
Yeah, any kind of
except
ledger I would hand to Mary.
yeah, as you two are looking through them, you get to a part about 2 months ago. And you might not have noticed this if you hadn't been thinking of suspicion, but as you look at the coal yields, um, you kind of start thinking about it, and the human brain can attempt to be random, but ultimately it will almost always make a pattern. As you read through these coal yields, you realize there's a pattern to them, and you're realizing someone is trying to randomize numbers, but can't. They're subconsciously making a pattern. You don't think these are actual numbers because of the way they keep repeating. You think at some point they started fudging these.
Yep.
And you think back to the nervous foreman that you met earlier and how he seemed off.
Well, well, well. Looks like Mr. McPhee did have something to hide.
That he did. Well, she just kind of pulls out a journal, and then using the light, you see her start like jotting down stuff with this like old fountain pen. She just starts writing stuff down. At the very least, I'm actually starting to make what I would believe to be the semblance of a report. Hopefully by the end of the night, I've got my ticket out of this godforsaken hellhole.
Good. Now, I'm gonna go peck around.
Shh,
Meet
I
back at
believe.
the end. Huh?
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say something.
Well, if you're gonna poke around, I think I'll go join your fellows at the mine's mouth and see what we can see in there.
I'll be there in a minute. I just wanna do a quick lap.
All right. And she makes her way over to you two. You two are at the foot of the mine, looking into it. It's real dark. It's a cave. What do you do?
Take out my lantern and light it.
You light your lantern. As you do light your lantern, is around when Mary comes walking back up. She goes, "Whoa, whoa, 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 Mr. Whitman." Now,
Miss Mary, how you doing? You find anything in there?
we found a couple things that may be interesting, and I
That's good.
believe.
We're about to dive deep in this here
Well,
mine. I'm gonna
hold
follow
on,
my boys.
hold on, just a moment. Let us proceed carefully. She says as she pulls the open flame lamp away just for a second. Let's all go in and make sure that we're not feeling anything like gas pockets or anything like that before we go bringing a lit flame in there, shall we?
That's mighty smart.
Yeah. This is my job, she says as she sort of stands there. Well, would anyone like to go with me?
I shall.
I protect you, ma'am. Let's go.
I wasn't asking for protection, but all right. And she starts moving in. Um, you guys walk, and again, it's difficult to see, but Mary kind of keeps a lead of you guys by about 20 feet and lets you keep the lantern. And she'll stop for a few moments at a time before she waves you forward to keep it safe as you guys keep moving forward, slowly progressing deeper into the mine. Uh, before we go too deep into that, Oliver, you're peeping.
Yeah, I just want to do like a quick check and basically make sure that no one's like watching us in the woods.
Okay, give me a notice check. Same darkness penalty as
I was
before.
just about to say, still -2. All right. Ba, 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 ba. That is a 6. 12.
Jesus.
13.
13? You can pretty definitively say that no one's watching you.
Okay.
Like
I didn't like that fucking law boy poking
uh
him
it,
out.
from what you can tell, I mean, granted it's dark, you're in the middle of the forest, like presumably it would be kind of easy to hide if someone wants to, but you're fairly confident
Okay.
that there's no one nearby as you walk into the mine and see your fellows and Mary progressing into it. And you all are walking into the mine, and then as you all are edging forward, you get to that spot 200 feet in, where sure enough, there is a lot of rock between you and further progression into the cave. What's the play?
Can we smell any gases, or is it safe to light a lantern?
No, you guys have had a lantern. Essentially,
Gotcha.
Mary's been going ahead of you and then waving you forward every time. Like right when she's almost out of lamplight, she'll wave you forward to make sure you're not walking into gas.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, then I guess we should look around the rubble to see if there's any loose spots or open spots that we could get through.
Mm-hmm. While you guys are like starting to look through the rubble, you see Mary like pop out a tripod out of her backpack. And then she takes this like little contraption that looks kind of like it looks kind of like an electric lamp if you'd ever seen one at this point, which maybe you have, maybe you haven't. And she starts to crank it very fast, and it makes a sort of glow, pretty bright light that she hangs on the tripod, and you see her pull out what some of you may recognize as a camera.
Huh.
What in tarnation is that bright light?
So I can take a picture.
The hell's a picture?
You know what a fixture is.
Is that
Oh,
a picture? You trying to put us on the big in the moving pictures?
there's not moving pictures yet. Warmer,
Oh,
but not quite.
A photograph.
Well, I will need evidence there was in fact a cave-in. That's step one to make sure there wasn't something fraudulent going on. So I'm just gonna take a quick picture. If you boys want to look for some sort of way through, go ahead. Don't mind me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to look around for a way through.
I'll stay back.
I start moving boulders.
You start moving boulders.
Yeah, just like kind of near the top. Ones that don't look like that look like they're loose already.
Okay.
See if there's a hole.
First thing we're gonna resolve is Austin looking for a hole. Austin, make a notice check. -4.
-4. Oop, dude.
I will support him.
Okay.
Um,
Is it still -4?
No, not for the support check.
Okay.
I got a 9.
God damn. At -4?
No, that's before the month. I got a 6 and a 3.
Okay. Okay. So you pass even if, well, let's see. -4 on 9. That brings you to 4, which is exactly passing.
Yep.
Unless Chance gets a fuck ton of raises, he can't push you into a raise.
Yeah, I'll withhold.
So you get low and you just start working from the bottom up, looking for an angle, looking for anything that might be the way to get through here. And you're just peering around, and then you see possibly a way. In the left side wall, right in the middle, there's a fairly large rock. And the way the large rock is propped, it looks like it's fairly secure and anchoring the rocks above it. And there's a little bit of space there. If you could hollow that space out, just slowly pulling rock out of it, you might be able to snake further in to see if you could go any further. Granted, you don't know how far this collapse goes, but you could start moving through. There are two problems with that. One, clearing rock could take a little bit of time. Two, you could get stuck.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm a wave everyone over to what I found.
Yeah, JP brings you guys around as I described. This anchoring rock, keeping everything above it stable, and then this little sort of concaved curve that you would have to snake your way around.
It ain't much, but this could be a way in.
That's a place to start.
Okay.
Let's
Do you
go.
guys?
Moonlight's
Okay.
burning.
You guys go ahead and start shoveling out scoops of rock at a time. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. One of you give me an athletics check, and the other two can support.
I will support.
Can I do a strength check to move larger?
Um, the problem with that is there's not really larger to move. Like moving larger might compromise what you're looking at here. Yeah, I'm saying like moving larger rocks might be a worse problem than just trying to get the smaller ones out so that you can tunnel through.
Oh, okay. I'll
Here,
support too, I guess.
well, here, lad. What do you got in athletics?
6.
6. Same. Okay.
You rolled in because you get better luck.
True,
Mm-hmm.
true.
It's 1-6.
See,
Some bitch.
What? What do you want from me, Brad? What do you want from me? 11.
With an 11, that is one race.
My assist is a 2.
Yep. So you rolled a 2, or you got?
I rolled a 2.
All right. What do you got, Daniel?
I thought it was just 1.
Oh, okay. Well, you keep rolling because you could. If you had gotten him a point, he would have gotten a raise
No,
or another raise.
I thought it was either me or Chance.
No, you rolled to support me.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled to support
Yeah,
Chance.
so I roll.
Yeah.
Like, we all roll. It's just what you add to my roll.
Okay.
Mhm.
11 with one up.
Oh shit. Okay. You rolled an 11, so you get that with a raise. So Chance gets a 13 on his, which is 2 raises.
Nice.
Um, you guys start to work on it. And at some point, you really think you see a solution to this. There is a little like piece in there that you think may have once been a beam that held up part of this uh mine. And instead of clearing it out, you guys tie a rope around it and pull it towards you. And as you pull it towards you, you all put a lot of muscle into it, lifting, and that supporting that anchoring rock moves up about 6 inches. And that
Yeah.
6 inches helps you dig out just a little bit more, and you've got a spot. You guys are gonna have to get on your shoulders, like lay sideways and shimmy through, but you have made a hole.
Cool. Well, boys, we going through?
You see, as you say we're going through, Mary's like folding up her camera as it's been long enough for her to have taken pictures, and like she's letting her lamps like slowly losing its charge and cranking down. Well, if you all would like to go first, I will take up the rear as I feel I'm the least likely to get stuck. That's probably the person who should anchor, because I can go get help if you do.
Hmm?
All right. I guess I should take off my breastplate.
That might help.
Probably a good idea.
You know, I'll just undo, one side. And I guess I'm dragging it behind me.
I can go in after you and kind of help, like, push it through with you.
That's
Yeah.
fine, yeah. But it's not a problem. It's just like, gotta do that so I don't get stuck. Let's shimmy, boys.
Shimmy, shimmy.
You start to shimmy. So I'm gonna need. This one is just an athletics check, like no two ways about it. I'm gonna need an athletics check from the first person going in, which I believe is Oliver.
Yep,
Sounds like
Mr.
it.
Fairchild.
Give me an athletics check. This one is -2.
-2. All right. I got a 5, so I don't make it.
No, you make it. The minus. No, no. Oh, you rolled a 5 and then
I,
-2.
yeah, I rolled a 5 -2, so I don't
Okay.
make it.
All right. You all watch as Oliver gets in there. He
My
he
dump
curves
truck.
his he curves his body, like arches his back, and starts to curl around. And you can see that literally once you go around this curve, there's 5 feet of crawl until you see open space.
Oh, darn.
But
So
the
that means
minute
this was
you
very controlled.
maybe
Maybe. Okay.
as you arch your back to go around, you feel like the front of your shirt starts scraping against the wall, and as you go to like reposition, the small of your back is now on a rock, and you can't move.
Start clicking my heels together.
I look into the hole. Is it if I look in, can I see that he's struggling? Or
I mean, he could straight up tell you that he's
okay,
struggling. You're not
okay.
that far away. He could say, "Help, help!"
All right,
I'm
boys, are
stuck."
gonna have to pull me.
I
Shoot.
grab hold of him and pull him out.
Yep. All assist.
Okay. I need you two to. Well, I need one of you, and then with another supporting, to make a strength check.
I
Oliver, I
will.
need you to make a vigor check.
Oh,
I'll let you take the strength, and I'll support you because I've only got a D4 to it.
get the
Uh,
butter.
2.
Okay.
10 on the vigor check.
Okay. So you're good.
15, 2 ups.
God damn. Okay. Um, there's no real trouble about it. The real problem you were having is your inability to move forward. Moving back, not that hard when someone assists you. Uh, you're pulled out very quickly by John as he just kind of grabs you and pulls you out. and thankfully nothing gets caught, no like damage, no scrapes occur as you pull out. And then with that raise, I'll let you pick how you use the raise because you got two of them. No, you got what did you roll?
15, two up.
You got three raises.
Does that maybe like knock something
No, no,
loose?
two,
No,
two.
no,
I'm
I did.
sorry,
I
it's
rolled a.
two.
I got 2 6s, and then
Okay,
a 3, or yeah,
wait. How'd you get the extra three if you rolled? Oh, three, or six, six, three. Gotcha. But you got two raises.
oh, I just yank him out.
Yeah, you yank him out, but how else would you like to use this raise to just other than getting him out? Like you got him
What
out
other
with the
benefits?
success. What other benefits would you like?
Um,
Maybe I pull some of the rock out with me in like under my shirt or something, and so it's a
Mhm.
little bit easier to crawl through.
yeah, I guess that.
Okay. Uh, that you do that, and as you pull him out, you see him just kind of dragging like a little like turning plow. He just pulls out a lot of shit with him, and you actually think it'll be easier to go through because you've kind of carved out a little bit of a path. Would someone else like to try to go first, or is he going to take another run at it?
You know, JP might try to put his 6'3" self down up in there. So
Okay. You're large, but all of you are relatively large. So same roll, athletics. Now only
minus
minus. Well, it was -2 last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
-1 now. Actually, no. You got two raises, flat.
flat. Okay, just flat athletics.
Hmm. Got to beat a
Uh,
4.
so my D4 is a 4, my D6 is a 6. Do I just re-roll the highest one?
You reroll both of them,
Okay,
Mhm.
and you just keep your addition going.
for both dice sets.
Yep.
Okay, so the D6 was a 1, D4 is another 4, so I'll re-roll the
Keep rolling the
D4.
4. Yep.
Uh, 1, so 8, 9 total.
9. Okay, 9. You get one raise. You're able to slip right through, and as Oliver thought, as you go through, once you snake around the corner, it's about 4 feet in where the corner snakes, and then an extra 5 feet out. So literally only 9 feet of rock.
Okay.
You come out on an open expanse.
Nice. Boys, I'm across. It's open in here. Come on.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Oliver.
Oh, I guess can I smell gas of any kind?
Give me a notice check.
Okay, I was gonna say because I do have a lantern, I could light it to make it easier for him.
Open this mine.
4.
A 4. Yeah. You don't smell gas. All you smell is an extraordinarily irony smell.
Irony smell. Well, I've never been in a mine, so I'm a trust in my faith.
No, you've smelled this irony smell before. You know what it is.
Okay, cool. I was about to say, but I have to quote a scripture before I light this lantern.
You smell blood. A lot of blood.
Oh.
Uh,
All right, I'm gonna light my lantern, and I'm gonna hold off on looking behind me. I'm just gonna face the light towards the hole so they can maybe see where they're going.
Um, who's next?
guess that's
Mr. Oliver,
Oh,
go
Ollie.
ahead.
Nine.
All right. You also slide through, and with a raise, mm, you're able to like leave kind of like some length behind you. Uh, I will give the next person to go through +2.
Ooh.
All right, I'll
Put
look
right.
on my
over.
breastplate.
Madam, you best be going now.
All right then. If you are confident in being the anchor, that's fine with me. And she rolls through, and as she like starts sliding through, she kind of like side eyes you, wondering if there's an ulterior motive for her ass going first, namely her ass. But she just kind of slides through.
As she looks back, I'm looking. She sees me looking behind us and not at her.
Okay. And she slides on through. Well, I didn't actually check if she slides on through. She needs to make an athletics check. Which one is a D4? There you are, little fella.
Could we assist her from the other side, or is it? No, it's a little too far for us to reach in and
Because
help.
You've already added the -2, but don't
That's
worry.
oh yeah, that's true.
She got a 9 on hers.
cool.
Seems to be a very popular number for getting through this trip point. As she slides right on through, crawls herself around, and crawls out on the other side. And you see her, same as you, JP, as she does. She starts sniffing the air, and she gets kind of like a concerned look on her face.
And
But she
I
goes ahead and she starts setting up her camera on the other side as well.
best prepare yourself, ma'am.
I suppose it may be.
All right, I'm coming through now. Hold your horses. Start rumbling through.
I'm gonna say at this point, so much is cleared, and everyone who's come through has had a raise. Like, you can add +3 to yours, which, by all accounts, makes it guaranteed.
Oh, I got a 5.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Um, you slide through, and as you do, you see you all get to the other side, and you see Mary pull out her light, and then she kind of hesitates and looks behind her before she lights it up. Maybe before I go taking pictures of this, we should make sure there's nothing to worry about down there.
Might be a good idea. I'm gonna raise my lantern and just so it kind of gives everyone else a little more visibility to maybe see a little bit in front of us.
You don't see anything immediately. Give me a notice check. Anybody who wants to.
I can. I got the lamp. Unless someone else is more proficient in notice, I've just got the one.
This doesn't have to be an assist. Like, you can all make this individually if you would like.
Cool.
And what minuses are we rolling with?
None.
Okay. 10.
Cool.
4.
Cool.
13.
Cool.
With
Cool.
2 ups.
Every single one of you smells blood. Blood is perforating this place. It is everywhere. You all notice pretty much immediately, like where Mary is standing as the lantern light shines over, she kind of like jumps back a little bit and looks down. There's like a smear of viscera right where this collapse happened. And you see the remains of what looks like an arm buried underneath, sticking out and protruding. And then with all the raises you guys got, you look further into the cave, and you see, like just at the edge of the lamplight, another like smear on the ground, but you can't quite make out what it's attached to.
I never worked in the mines, but this doesn't look like a collapse to me. Looks like a battlefield.
Definitely looks like more of an explosion based damage than just a simple cave in.
Mr. Reverend, I don't know if this was an explosion or not.
Let's be quick about it.
Yep.
Explosion would leave burn scars, not blood smeared across like a cannonball done hit him in the chest and sent his innards all over the place.
Well, let's continue on, I guess, and see if we can find any survivors. Or maybe get more evidence to the cause of which this actually occurred.
If you all don't mind, I'm gonna finish taking the picture of this side of the collapse. I need to document how shallow it was.
You probably need best be stand back, ma'am. A young lady such as yourself shouldn't be seeing such visceral
I,
accidents.
she kind of gets like a bit of a haughty look to her. have seen worse.
To
I
be
will
fair,
follow.
that's her job.
Thank you. I will follow once I have taken the pictures. I won't be
Suit
too far
yourself.
behind.
All right. Guess we move on then.
You guys progress further into the mine. You don't see a lot of offshoots in this mine. This mine really looks like it was a pretty much a straight shot. This is not a winding, like curving corridor of a mine. Specifically, since this is an older mine and mostly dug out by hand, it progress is quite slow. And if you find a vein, you follow it. No need to branch out. But you progress further in. And as you walk, you start seeing more and more things that are abnormal. And the deeper in you go, it starts to veer onto disturbing. It starts when you find the end of the smear that you saw from the edge of the lantern light. You see a worker that is covered in blood decay, and you look at the wounds on it, and anyone who you know what, you don't even need a medicine check for this. You see gaping, gnashing wounds on him, and the way they look, it almost looks like something was biting down on him repeatedly, rapidly, and tearing flesh away. And then you look a little bit further, and you see the remains of another miner that has a pickaxe jammed into his chest and blood all over his mouth.
Well, Reverend,
Don't need to call me
still
Reverend.
believe in God.
I always will. But you were right about one thing. This is definitely no cave in.
At this point, you all look down at this mine and you keep following, and it keeps getting worse. But perhaps the worst part, you pass a body of a man who has been impaled with ties used to hold up the mine, one in each shoulder. It looks like they were hammered in as he was pinned and staked to a wall. Uh, you find just a smear of gore. You see rib cages, bones, uh, muscle, just this absolute clod of viscera, where it looks like a lot of people were torn to pieces right here in the middle of the cave. And as you keep progressing in past that, you see two things. You see where the cave naturally comes to its end, where the digging stopped. And in this clod, you see a bunch of like mangled bodies, but there are about 8 that have assumed these strange positions, almost telling a story the same way the others were. You see uh, several naked people, each with long lacerations all over their body. You see one pair where one man died stabbing another with a rusty piece of metal. You see a man who has taken what appears to be a glass bottle and gouged out his own eyes and died of blood loss, presumably. And the way they're gathered draws your attention to your left, where there is not the natural end of the cave, but another opening that seems more squared off.
I think our answers to what has been happening here is now answered.
Before we go too much deeper, uh, uh, Oliver would say wait for Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much longer before
Okay.
Mary follows down. She's still got her camera out, and she stops at the big ass fucking pile of gore.
Yep.
Yeah, and she starts working on that and taking it. Do you guys wait for her to finish taking all of her documentation before you go into this sort of like squared off area?
Yeah.
If she's, as long as she's like close, then I'd be fine.
Close enough
Or
to
if we
hear
want
her.
to wait, I'm good either way.
Yeah. Close enough to like hear her if need be.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. So she starts taking your pictures, or not your pictures, but pictures. And you all look to this squared off entrance, and you kind of like start peeking your head in just a little bit. And what you see inside is not natural. You see a chamber inside. You see pictures all along the wall. Old pictures, clearly drawn with fingers and crude instruments. You see detailed like pictures of ancient horses and tribesmen moving around. You can't make out the details of them just yet, but it's all dominated by a singular plinth in the middle of the room with what looks like some sort of rubble on top of it. But that's not the thing that really draws your eye. What draws your eye the most is you see rocking in the back, arms around his knees, just kind of rocking back and forth, just kind of muttering and whimpering to himself. A man, shirtless, with barely scrapped pants on, just sitting in the corner, shaking and muttering.
Mm.
The moment there's like movement, like hand like snaps to hip, then kind of
There, yeah.
eases off.
I reach into my my coat and kind of keep my hand there. I cock the hammer back and I
Cock the
walk
hammer
toward
back.
it.
Okay.
Go down.
Um,
We're
you
here to help.
there ain't no helping. Ain't no way you can help me. Or nobody.
My name is Mr. John H. Whitman. What's yours, friend?
My name, Virgil.
Bird. I don't quite recognize that. Were you in this mine with the 480th?
Don't know what that means. I worked in the mine.
What happened?
They they started carting it out, and once they started carting it out, we had to be all secretive about it. We had to be quiet about it. And then we started hearing it. We started hearing it through the walls.
Kind of turn around, scream out, Mary, in here now.
Um, you hear kind of like the clank of like some camera stuff coming, and her like putting her stuff away, and he's just still sitting there, rocking in
Take
place.
out canteen, ration.
No, no, no. I don't want to eat. I don't care what they say. I don't want to eat.
I'm gonna try to take off my jacket and put it on him.
He like shirks away from your touch and like skitters a little bit.
Oh, hey, hey.
Does he have any wounds?
No, he is untouched.
I don't see any marks on you. Why are you the only one alive in here?
She she wouldn't let him touch me.
Who's she?
He just kind of like looks up just briefly, and you see his eyes have flashed up to the plinth in the middle of the room.
Go over, to like there's rubble covering it, right?
It looked like rubble at first.
No.
Give me a notice check.
Oh,
Oh.
fuck.
Oh, this is bad.
Uh,
I got a 3.
oh no.
You don't notice. I will also remind you guys, you have chips out the ass.
Oh yeah.
And it's almost time to cut her short, so if you got them, you might as well smoke some of them.
I guess I use one of them, I suppose. I got a 3.
I
Excellent.
use a chip to inspire him.
I got a 6.
Okay.
10.
The 10, that's a raise. I'm gonna have you make an additional roll because of your raise.
Mm.
You look at the plinth and what's in the middle. It looked like rubble, but you see it's not rubble, it is pieces of a hull that have fallen apart.
Ooh, that's better than what I thought it was gonna be.
What you see as you like put it together, sort of reverse in your mind, stacking it back up from where it fell, is a statue of a horse. A braying horse reared up and whinnying. And you look closer around at the details of the cave paintings that you're seeing. Old, old cave paintings. Like I said, painted with fingers, most likely. Hundreds of years old. If you had the know how to do it, you might think thousands of years old. And you were right, it's of horses running and Paleolithic men chasing them, spending like details of them drawing, and it starts from the entrance of the door to the left. You follow it of them living lives, hunting these horses, living, and then in the middle you see a painting of a horse eating someone,
Oh.
and then you keep going and you see paintings of villages on fire with a horse screaming in the middle of them. You see images of a herd of horse pursuing the cave people. You see images of the singular creature moving throughout the history of these people, causing strife, chaos, destruction, driving them forward like they were the animals to be herded, until you see the final images on the right, where you see a detailed drawing of a man bridling this horse, essentially, and then a drawing that's reminiscent of the statue that you saw there. Because you got a raise, I want you to make an occult check.
Ooh. I know a thing or two about that.
We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
And we've seen a thing or two, unfortunately. It's like Call of Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hear
5.
multiple rolls. Okay, 5 passes. You look at this statue and you follow the way it's shaped, the way it is embedded, and you start to see choices that aren't designed. You think about the cave paintings that you're seeing, how inelegant they are, how without like fine detail they are, and yet you see the details in this statue and you recognize the reason these details exist is not because the lines are meant to be decorative or beautiful. The lines are warding. You're looking at a statue that was meant to contain something, and it is shattered. And as you start doing, like looking through it, you just look back to Virgil, who's sitting there just kind of rocking. She started talking to us through the wall after we took the shimmer out. She she started promising things. She said all we had to do was push it over, and if we did, we would get everything we ever wanted. And when we did, when I did, they started going mad. They started eating each other. They started fighting. They started fucking. They started doing anything, everything. They just whatever they wanted to do. They were ripping each other apart, just laughing, moaning, groaning, just like they were having the best time. But she got in my ear and she told me that I would be safe, that I would enjoy everything and more, and I felt everything and more. And she said that if she just had the time, she would be able to leave and she would go on her merry way and I would be fine. And after they did, they kept going, they kept going. Eventually, I could see her. Just for a moment, I could see her. She screamed out, and when she did, I heard the cave collapse and she walked out. When she walked out, she took everything with her. Every feeling, everything. It's like I'm not even here anymore. I don't know what to do anymore. You hear something tink from outside, just a tink, 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 tink. And then you hear a
Pistol
swishing
ready.
sound. You hear like a swishing sound that's like warbling and oscillating. And you see, just like as you turn, a little silver top spinning rapidly, and it starts warbling, making this whistling sound in and out, in and out. And you're not sure what it is. And then you look at one of the bodies that you stepped over to get into this room and just start shaking, vibrating in place like sand if you were to put a speaker under it, just shaking and warbling and just moving with the pulsing of this spinning top. And as it does, it starts to lift just a little bit, and the skin on the body starts to slough off, leaving nothing but a flayed back behind it as it starts to lift slowly. All of its skin just leaving it behind, only skin in a pile, as all you see below are muscle without lips, without eyelids, without a nose, just lifting out before it starts to scream. And as it screams, you see all the other bodies vibrating and standing and screaming. And you hear footsteps running back up the cavern. And I need everybody to do the initiative thingy. So I'm going to draw a card for everyone, and that's going to be your initiative. Tell me who would like to draw first.
I will.
Okay. Austin, you have the 6 of clubs.
Okay.
Who's next?
Go for it.
All right. Daniel, you have the 10 of spades. Chance, you have the 5 of spades. And the skinned men have the Queen of Hearts.
Okay.
So the order will go them, Daniel, Austin, Chance. And then Mary will go last. If any of you would like, you can use a chip to re-roll your action card and get a new one, and essentially try to get a better initiative order. But it does cost a chip. Okay? Alright. In that case, it is the skinned men's turn first. They fill the hallway outside. The room you're in is roughly 20 feet by 20 feet. And some of you are on the back wall, and you're standing next to the plinth. So, Chance, you're roughly 10 feet away from one of the skin man that's like in the door, the first one to stand up. And then you two are roughly 20 feet away, with the rest kind of filling out the back there.
Okay.
Chance, give me a notice check.
A 4.
Okay, you see about 7 more standing up behind him. You count about 8 total. As the first skin man stands up, screaming with a lipless mouth, just this raw, muscly man who seems to be in constant pain, and he starts to shamble towards you. And he is going to make a melee attack against you because you are close enough for him to do so.
Parry 5.
Parry 5. Alrighty. Believe he rolls. Let me check his fighting. He rolls a d6. That's not a d6.
Smaller.
This is a d6.
Smaller.
All right. As he advances towards you, it extends its arms and tries to grab at your shirt, but you back away as quickly as you can, just backing off as it moves forward. You see it gnashing its teeth, doesn't really have much of a choice as it can't really close its mouth without lips as it starts to bite at you and claw at you, and you evade its attack, and the others spend their turn rising, standing up, and
Back up and unsheath my sword.
the blade. um, it's now Daniel's turn, or I'm sorry, it is John
John
H. John H's turn.
Mr. John H. Whitman, sir.
In and the others you can see standing up outside.
All right, so you can make 2 actions.
You can make up to 3,
3.
but
To
for
3.
each time you take an additional action, you have to state how many you're going to do. For each additional action you take a -2 penalty.
All
So
right.
say you were to shoot 3 times, you take -4 to every shot.
You take -4 to the first shot too.
Yep.
Because you're going blam, blam, blam.
How close am I?
You're about 20 feet away from the. Well, no, you're about 10 feet away. The one that advanced on Oliver is clawing at him, but Oliver is keeping him at bay for now.
All right. All right. I have my hand on my pistol, like I said.
hmm
I'm gonna take 2 shots.
Okay.
I'm taking a
Subtract.
shot at that, and then I'm gonna take a shot at the next closest one.
Okay. So there's some in the doorway, so you can aim through the door and hit one of them. This is within range, so no worried about that. Take your shots.
Okay. What page is
That'd be shooting,
melee,
Yeah.
Gatling,
right?
Yeah.
ranged?
You roll your
I
shooting
was
to
looking for
hit.
damage.
I believe yours is 2d6.
Me?
I think so.
No, I got an 8.
Oh, do you have a big pistol?
Shooting skill is an 8.
Oh no, yeah. You roll a 8 to hit. Your shooting is what you roll to hit.
Yeah,
Damages.
that's what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't add anything based off your gun. That's all I was.
Yeah, you
I,
were
I
talking
don't.
about damage.
I got a 5
Okay, yeah, you got a 5 on what?
on the first one.
Okay, you hit the first one. Roll your damage.
All right. All right. 8.
Okay. 8. So you do pass its damage threshold, its toughness, but you do not inflict a wound on it. So it is shaken.
Okay.
Basically, what shaken means, it's like the first level of damage. If someone is shaken, the first thing they do on their turn is make a vigor roll to become not shaken. And if they can't become unshaken, they cannot take any actions other than free actions that turn. And if someone who is shaken gets shaken again, they automatically take a wound. So you're taking a shot at the next one through the door?
Yeah, that is a 2.
That's a 2? Okay. That does miss. As he starts advancing on you, Oliver. You just hear a rapid couple of cracks as you see John H. Whitman pull from the side, cock around, and shoot the one that is attacking you as a round goes clean through its shoulder, but it doesn't cease. It staggers backward for a second, but it doesn't seem wounded beyond being able to fight anymore. And you see another shot whiz out into the cave behind you with no sign of whether it did anything or not. It is now JP's turn.
Alrighty. So I'm closest to John H. Whitman,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'm about. You said we were 20 feet away from the Skinwalkers, so that would put us about 10 feet away from Oliver ish. And how many are around Oliver?
There's only one around Oliver right now. The one that got up first has moved in. The others are still all outside.
Are all outside. Alright, then I am going to attempt to cast Stun on the. Well, 1 minute. Let me see. My range is smarts. My smarts is 1. That's D6. So it's technically 6 inches. I think that's the equivalent of like a little
30
less.
feet.
30 feet would be 6 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I should be able to. I should be in range. Yeah, I'm going to try to cast Stun on that first one.
Now, I will say, just because we're new to the system, the fact that he's shaken means that if he doesn't shake it off, he's not going to be able to act.
Okay, so
So,
he's already technically
depending on if he
stunned.
flubs his roll, he may already be stunned, more or less.
All right, then I will attempt to stun a different one.
Mm-hmm.
One maybe towards the entrance.
Yeah.
And then as a second action, I'm going to trying to figure out. So I'm going to try to cast Smite as well, and it's more or
Okay.
less like enchanting my weapon, like my bullets.
Yes, it is. That is how that works. Remember, you're going to take a -2 on the casting of each of these.
Okay. And
So you have to succeed on a DC4 check using your spell thing.
which is Faith.
Yeah, and if you do not pass it, you lose 1 power point. The spell does not cast.
Okay. Gotcha. So stun first, then smite, -2 to each.
And is stun? Do you have to hit the target for them to stun, or are they just stunned?
Let me read. All it says, on a successful casting, the victim must make a vigor roll at
Got it,
-2
okay.
with a raise, if I get a
Got it.
raise, or be stunned.
Got it.
6 -2 is 4 for the stun. I'm
Okay.
rolling a D8.
Okay.
And then the smite, 8, so re-roll. And do I re-roll for these ones if I roll a max?
Yeah. No. Always.
Okay.
Always. Yeah.
8 plus 4 is 12, -2 is 10 for the smite.
Okay. So you do get a raise on the smite,
Okay.
which I believe increases the amount of damage it does. Or, well, the amount of damage it bestows upon your weapon.
Yes, +4 with a raise.
How long does smite last?
It says 5, so I'm assuming 5 turns.
5 turns. Okay, cool.
And then if the stun also hit, then that one particular skinwalker will need to make a vigor roll.
Okay. Let's see. A vigor roll. There, vigor's D6.
Let me subtract mine. It's 2 and 2 for 4.
That is a 2, so it is stunned as one of these skinned men outside starts moving towards the door, and you see just sort of describe your magic, Austin.
So it's not very flashy, but my focus is the cross necklace around my neck, and I just kind of usually stick out a hand in the direction of the casting I want to do, and it kind of vibrates in a way and mildly, I don't want to say levitates, but it kind of mildly lifts up off of my person.
Nice. Okay. So I don't think any of you even notice, but spontaneously, for some reason, one of these creatures seizes as it moves towards the doorway. And it is now it's now Oliver's turn.
I do have a question. So for the smite, it says that it's the ammunition is kind of GM determined.
Yeah, I believe it's a full cylinder
Yeah, I have a.
or a full, essentially a full clip, like one reload's worth.
Okay,
Oh, that's
I'll look up
cool.
how much the Winchester can hold.
I assume a pretty good bit,
I shall let you
but
know.
yeah. So it is now Oliver's turn. You are face down with one skinwalker that has taken a bullet to the shoulder.
Ready?
And or skinned man. It's not a skinned walker. Austin done befuddled me.
Sorry.
Uh, so I'll take 2 actions. I'm gonna swing my sword and I'm gonna shoot.
Okay. Okay. This can be
So sword first.
okay.
That is a 5.
Okay. It's parry. It's a 5. You made it. You're good.
Okay, cool. And damage is strength plus a d8.
Hmm.
And for damage, I don't add the extra d6, correct?
No, you do not add extra. You
Okay,
do not add a
right,
wild
because it's
die.
damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is also important. I feel like I forgot to mention this. Your wild die is added once in an action. So if you take a multi-action, you get to add the wild die one time,
Okay.
and
Gotcha.
you get to pick which one you add it to.
Okay. Then it's added to this.
Yes.
Uh, and whenever it says strength plus d8, is that strength die or?
Your strength die and a d8.
Okay, all right. That's what I figured. I just thought it'd be good to say that out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Damage. And is damage added together or?
Yes. Added together.
Okay. Then that is going to be 10 damage.
Okay. That was not enough to wound it naturally, but it was already shaken. So you dispatch it. How would you like to get rid of this first skinned man?
I figured just kind of like level the sword at it and then crank and kind of slash backwards
Hmm.
to level the pistol at the next one.
Yeah, you with a flourish, give yourself a stable platform to shoot at the next. Go ahead and rattle off a second shot or rattle off a shot.
And this is without the wild die.
Hmm.
Oh,
Need to hit on a 4.
got a 5.
Okay, so with the 5, go ahead and roll your damage. I think it's 2d6
Yeah,
for
it's
your pistol.
2d6. Okay. And all right. That'll be 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay, that one is also. Wait a minute. Are you shooting at the one that's stunned? This is important. Or are you shooting at the one
Let's
that's
say
not stunned?
yes.
Hey, if you were shooting at the one that's stunned, you get a shit ton of bonuses to everything that just happened. Um, let's roll back for a mo.
Okay.
Um,
Also, I
so
have
if
a chart of like damage and shit. Do you want me to post that?
no, I have it right here.
Okay. I didn't know if that'd be helpful.
So the all actions have a +2, so you rolled higher, but it wasn't enough for a raise. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have the drop on it because it's stunned. So add 4 to your damage.
Oh my.
So
12.
that's 12. Okay, it is not shaken, it is dead.
Boom, boom.
How would you like to get the second one?
Shattered skull.
Yeah, it just stops moving, just seizes up, just letting out this sort of like low moaning screech, and you just blow the top of its head off with a clean shot. Uh, Started at 8, down to 6. Mary's turn.
Mary, stab somebody.
She will do that. Okay. She will go there. Cool. Okay, Got it. That's Mary's turn. I believe top of the round is the skinned men. The skinned men begin to shamble into the room as they like smash into each other. Their like slimy skinned bodies like scraping past, leaving like little chunks of meat on the doorway as they pull through and start shambling towards you. They have 20 feet of movement, so they can reach most of you. Um, 3 of them are going to move to engage Oliver, and then 2 are going for John H. Whitman, and then 1 is going for JP. So I'm going to start with the attacks against Oliver. As they surround you, they will benefit from a thing called ganging up, which is essentially flanking. So
Okay.
they will each add +2 to their attack rolls.
Ugh, that's not good.
What is your parry?
5.
Okay, I have 1 miss. 1 hit. That's a raise. That's a reroll. But it is not a raise. Just ever so barely. The only number that it possibly could have been a raise. Okay, so say what is your toughness?
It is 7.
Your toughness is 7, and they roll. Strength. Okay, so they will roll a d6 for damage. So they'll have to explode in order to deal damage to you, which is good for you, I suppose.
Don't jinx it, you bitch.
The first one gets a 5 in damage, so you're able to shrug that off. Second one does get a raise.
Bitch.
Uh,
One.
nope. Okay, so that is 8 damage to you, which is 1 higher. You are shaken.
Okay.
When your turn starts again, first thing you're gonna have to do is make a vigor check. If you do not pass it, you don't get actions.
Yep.
Okay. Next are the attacks against Mr. Whitman. What is your parry?
5.
5. Okay. First one hits exactly. Second one hits exactly. Okay, so a d6. What is your toughness?
6 with 1
6.
armor.
Is that 6 plus 1 or 6?
6 plus 1.
Okay, so 7. First one does explode though, so he might have a chance here. 7, 11. Okay, so he got 11 on his damage. Second one does not damage you. 11 damage. And you're 7, so that is 4 over. You take a wound and are shaken.
Oof.
So
How many wounds
you
do I have?
you have 3 on your 4th wound. You are taken down. So
Okay.
while you have a wound, you take a -1 penalty to every roll for each wound you have.
All right.
So remember to subtract 1 from everything you roll while you have this wound, and you are also shaken. And the one against JP. What is your parry?
3.
Oh Jesus, man! I should have ganged up on you. I didn't realize how low that shit was. He misses you, but
I'm in
barely,
danger.
fucking barely. As they surge into this room, surrounding and attacking you, Oliver using his what you now understand as martial prowess in the sense of melee combat, he's able to use his sword, sort of half swording, to push them all back and away. As John H. Whitman, unfortunately, does not have a melee weapon drawn and at the ready, is being quickly overwhelmed by the 2 attacking him. As you, clinging to your faith, every time it takes a swing or jump at you, you just seem to get lucky. As it is now Mr. Whitman's turn, I believe.
Yep.
There are 2 attacking you, there's 1 attacking JP, and there are 3 on Oliver. And you are shaken. First thing I need you to do is make a vigor check.
Or you can
My
spend a chip.
Or you can spend a chip to become not shaken. That's a good point I should have brought up. When you were wounded,
Mm-hmm.
you have the option of using a chip to soak the wound. So essentially, if you want to go back and soak that wound, you will spend a chip, roll vigor. If you are successful, you do not take the wound. And you are also not shaken.
Uh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me a vigor roll, not -1, because if we're going back in time, you haven't taken the wound yet, so this hasn't happened. So just make a straight vigor roll. If you roll a 4, you're not wounded.
I didn't get it.
Okay, so you lose a chip, you're still wounded and shaken. Now that we are back to the future, give me another vigor roll to see if you can shake off the shaken.
Uh, I got a 7.
Okay, you shake off shaken. You still have 1 wound, but you are no longer shaken. You have 2 on you, and it is your turn to do with what you will.
All right.
I'll also point out there are several options if any of you ever want to try to do anything crazy in combat. Called shots, you can take a hit to your accuracy to potentially do something more creative. You can defend. If you use your action to defend, you gain +4 to your parry. I'm trying to think of other ones that are worth considering.
Cover, defend, desperate attack, disarm,
Yeah.
evasion.
Yeah. Um, desperate attack and reckless attacks and stuff like that. It's all of a matter of like trading in something to do more damage or better to hit, something like that. Uh, so if
Grappling.
yeah, grappling stuff like that are all options. But if you don't want to get too crazy with it, that is your call.
All right. I'm gonna take 2 actions.
Okay.
With my knife. Slash at 1 for each one.
Okay. Cool. 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 You will have -3 on each of these.
So strength plus D4. So strength is just
No, to hit, you're
what
just
does it mean by
rolling
strength?
your strength die, but to hit first,
Meaningful.
you roll fighting.
Oh, fighting?
Yeah, you roll fighting to hit.
Oh, okay. All right. I got a 3,
Nope.
and then for the other one, I got a 4.
The 4 also does not hit.
Okay.
Yep. So if you have any chips, you may use them, but otherwise, you have swung wide on both of these.
I guess that's all I can do.
Okay. You work mostly on getting your knife out to try to fight them off, and you do manage to get your knife out, but you can't really do much with it because you're having to contend with them grabbing you and trying to notch you. You're having to play too defensively to get a stab in. It is now JP's turn. You've got 1 on you, 2 on 2 on Mr. Whitman, and then 1 on Oliver.
Alrighty. So
Or 3 on Oliver.
when it comes to shooting my gun, it says range is 12, 24, 48. Is that
Mhm.
mean anything under 12? Is there a disadvantage to that?
No, well, is it a handgun?
It's the sawn-off Winchester.
So, here's the thing about anything that's not a handgun. Um, if you are trying to do, let me find it, range attacks and melee, an attacker may use powers or weapons no larger than a pistol.
Close
and
range.
yeah.
Okay.
It says
So-
sawed off. You can use a melee though.
Does it say that?
If he
I don't
has
know.
the sawed off.
I haven't read the thing. Let me look.
Oh yeah. So let me find the
Sawed off
sauna.
Winchester. This weapon is about as easy to conceal as a pistol. It does not. You cannot fire it in melee.
Yeah,
The sawed off shotgun can be, but the sawed off Winchester cannot be.
that's perfectly fine. Since he's within melee distance, would I be allowed to shoot at something away from me, or since he's up next to me, do I have to focus the one next to me?
You have to focus on him. He's not preventing you from just shooting him. He's preventing you from shooting anybody because he's up in your shit.
If he was stunned, would the same rules apply?
I'm gonna say no
All right.
because he can't take any actions or anything like that.
So I'm gonna try something, and I really hope it doesn't screw everyone over.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast stun at the modifier rate. So
Okay.
for +2 points, instead of it being a single target, I can make a medium blast zone
Okay.
where everything involved would make the save if I cast
Okay.
the spell successfully.
Okay. Well, a medium blast template is pretty much everyone in this small room.
Yeah. But it would also
Hit them.
it would have a chance to at least stun all the
Well,
bad guys
you
as
could
well.
also add an extra. Have you looked at extras?
No.
So I don't know how many power. You have 10 power points total, correct?
I have 20 total.
Okay. So if you go to the powers,
Mm-hmm.
at the very tippy top
Very tippy
of the
top.
powers in Savage Worlds,
Okay.
there is let me find it. List of powers. Power modifiers. You can add the cost in power points to have a different effect. If you add +1 to the power points of this, with intense focus, the caster can choose not to affect any or all individual targets within our power's area of effect. So if you spend an extra power point, you can choose to not hit the boys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
What page is that on?
That is on page 152.
152.
Hmm.
Okay. Armor piercing glow shrouds. Is that the selective? Caster can choose not to affect any or all individuals target. Okay, so if I add, instead of casting it as a 4, if I cast it as a 5, I can use the selective trait to not
Correct.
affect. Would I have to use 1 point per person or just 1 point for all the group?
I believe it's 1 point for the group.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'll cast it as a 5. That'll
Mhm.
put me down to 11 points left.
Yep.
And then I'll cast it as a medium blast range. And then if I will I'll attempt to shoot, but I guess if the guy in front of me passes, I'll be forced to use it as a I'll be forced into melee.
Also, if you shoot, I will also point this out. If you shoot, you're also lowering the chances of your spell going off
Yes.
because you'll take a -2 to your spell by shooting.
Yes. And if I'm correct, am I allowed to use the wild card die for one thing?
One thing.
I'll use it for my stun.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'll roll my d8 with the d6 and see what I can get. The d6 got a 6, so I'll re-roll the 6.
Hmm.
It'll be at a -2.
I mean,
Plus-
you've already got it.
Yeah, plus
So-
1 is 7.
So
To a
it drops down to
5.
5.
Yeah. So all of them have to make a standard vigor roll. I was really hoping
Okay.
for a raise, but that's fine.
No, that's perfectly fine. The one on you passes.
Okay.
So that second shot is not going to happen.
Yep.
One on John H. Whitman fails.
Good.
2 on John H. Whitman fail.
Shit.
1 passes on Oliver.
Of course it does. One was already shaken. I don't know if that matters.
It doesn't, but it will be effectively stunned
Okay.
at the beginning. I'll say this last one I'm rolling for. 2 passed, and this last one I'm rolling for is the shaken one. So even if he fails, we'll know. It doesn't matter. He's stunned. So, we've got. I just forgot what I said. 1 is stunned on Oliver,
Yep.
and then both are stunned on John.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. Well, that succeeded what I wanted it to do.
Mhm. And then it is Oliver's turn.
So to essentially disengage or withdraw from melee, is that just one of my actions?
So let me find the rules for it, because withdrawal from melee is actually kind of weird in this system.
This is 109.
Yeah, adjacent foes get one free attack at retreating characters as long as they're not shaken or stunned. So 2 of them are going to get attacks from you if you withdraw. And there's not really a disengage action. So
Okay. I thought that
what you
was
could do is defend and then do it, but that'll take your turn.
looking for that.
If you defend, you add +4 to your parry.
Yeah. Then I guess where's evasion? What does that do?
Evasion, characters may avoid attacks that specifically say they may be evaded by making an agility roll at -2.
Alright, never. Yeah, then never mind. I first need a roll for shaken.
You do.
Yep. And that's a vigor check?
A vigor roll, and you have no minuses because you're not wounded, just shaken.
4.
Okay, 4 is what you need. So you are not shaken anymore.
No longer shooken. Now, if I was to use the shotgun capabilities on my Lamat,
Yes.
if I'm surrounded, if I back up and take the 2 extra attacks on me, can I get all 3 of them or just 2?
So the way shotguns work, it's not about like, oh, I can get a bunch of people in a spread. It's the closer you are, the more damage you do.
Hmm.
So where you're at right now, you're going to do 3d6 to someone if you shoot them.
Okay, to one person.
To one person. If you get a raise, we can talk about hitting
Oh,
multiple people.
well, I suppose. Uh, don't want to do that or don't want to just swing. I'll go ahead and I'll free action swap to the shotgun, shoot that at one that's not shaken, and then I'll swing my sword at the other one that is
Yeah.
not shaken.
Yeah, the one that's shaken is also stunned. So
Okay, cool.
yeah, like it's I think it's impossible for you to miss it unless you crit fail.
Oh yeah, then I guess yeah, I'll blow that one to hell.
Yeah.
And so then I'll add my wild card die to the sword,
Mhm.
and we'll swing. Where is fighting? That is a 5.
You hit whatever you're. Are you shooting or are you slicing? It doesn't matter which one. I'm just for my own clarity. Are you shooting or slicing? You're gonna
I'm
hit.
gonna start with the
whatever.
sword and then follow up attack.
Okay, yeah, the sword does hit.
All right, cool. And that is 7 damage.
7 damage leaves whoever you were swinging at shaken. I assume one of the
Yeah, one of the
n-
non-shookens.
yeah, one of the non-shookens is now shooken.
All right, and then I will shoot my shotgun at the shooken one, the first
Uh,
shooken.
yeah, add a +4 because it is stunned.
Gotcha. -2 because I'm doing extra attack.
So yeah, just +2 flat.
All right. 6
Okay,
and 3d6
3d6 +4 because he's stunned.
+4. Sweet Jesus.
Yeah, he's gonna have a bad time.
All right, that is 16 damage.
Annihilated, just absolutely fucking annihilated.
Big bada boom.
Yet again, your pistol finds one that, through some reason you can't comprehend or understand, has lost the ability to move. As you just take the top of its head off at the jaw. And while you're doing this, you pirouette away and slice at one. You catch it across its forearm, leaving a deep gash that starts gouting like congealed blood. Uh, but it doesn't slow down as it just kind of like hits like to the side where the plinth was and tries to stand itself back up.
Gotcha.
All right.
And third action, free action. Look over
Mhm.
my shoulder, survey the room.
Yeah.
I see the boys.
Mm-hmm.
What is Victor doing, and what is Mary doing?
Okay, so Virgil is
Virgil.
he is shaking uncontrollably
Okay.
and still doing basically what he has been doing. But you also take note of what he said, that whatever it was he spoke to said that he wouldn't be harmed. Not a single
Ah,
skinned man even looks at him.
gotcha, gotcha.
And as for Mary, give me a notice check.
Yeah, I knew you were up to sneaky shit. 6, 11.
With a raise on that, well, no, there's no raise on that because it had a penalty. But you do you hear down the corridor like lighter and lighter footsteps running away.
I can't blame her. That's my turn.
Okay, it is her turn now. She
Was
gets
anything missing from the room?
no.
Okay.
She never even came in the room, to your knowledge, at least.
Oh, okay. I thought I told her to come into the room.
You did. She just didn't listen.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's 6. You know what? Give me another notice check, Chance.
That is a 5, my dear sir.
Okay. Uh, you don't hear it. Okay.
Oh,
Um, it is
right.
now the ghoulies' turn. I'll start with the ones on you, the shaken one to begin with. Um, the shaken one is unshooken, so 2 attacks at +1 to you. What did you say your modifier was, or your parry? 5. Uh, first is a miss. Second's a miss. Both of them claw at you, but can't find purchase as they start to gnaw away and chomp. But your armor and your swordplay keeps them at bay. The ones on John H. Whitman are stunned. What's the ruling on stun? Do I get to try again every round?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it has a rules thing. I believe it says you can go to page 106 for the rules on stunned.
Oh, okay. So it's just normal stunned rules.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so they can make a roll. Fail. They're rolling like absolute ass.
Are they?
Yeah. Actually, no. This one, second one does not fail.
Are
Um,
they?
let's see, Savage Worlds. What page did you say stunned on? I want to see the exact wording of it before.
106.
106.
At the start of a stunned character's turn, he makes a vigor roll as a free action. Succeeds means he is no longer stunned and but remains vulnerable until the end of his next turn.
Okay. So he's still vulnerable, but he does have actions now. He can make an attack, and he will make an attack. Um, that is, you said yours is a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a hit. Okay. 7. And your toughness is what?
6 + 1.
Okay, and you are not shaken, you're just wounded. So, let's see. You are shaken again as it lands an attack on you and starts to claw away at you. You still manage to fend it off as the other stands there dazed, but you can't quite get it going. Then the one against JP who has a very low parry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That one hits. That one hit with a raise.
Mm.
Oh god.
So
Soak it,
that
boy.
you're probably gonna want to soak this. Um, so that means he gets a +4 to hit, or he gets a +4 to damage. No, he gets an extra d6 to damage.
Mm.
What is your toughness?
5.
3. You take 1 wound and are shaken.
All right. And what can I do with the bennies? I can soak the.
You can soak the damage. Essentially, you got to make a vigor check right now, and if
Okay.
you make it, you avoid the wound and the shaken.
Alrighty. Let me make the vigor check. Oop, need a d6. 4.
Okay, you make it. You soak the damage. Uh, it like latches down and bites down on your shoulder, but as it does, it pulls back, only able to get a hold of cloth and not skin,
Okay.
as it's not quite able to break through. And it is back to Mr. Whitman's turn. You've got 1 on you, 1 stun next to you, 2 in play on the other side, and 1 in play behind you.
And was that me using my benny, so I need to subtract 1?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Cheap.
All right. I holster the knife, and I still have the knife in hand, but I take with my other hand out from the other side of the coat pocket
Here it
on
comes.
the right side, a sawed off,
Yeah.
and I fire a
Oh.
shot point blank into that one, and then the other shot. Hold up, how many shots? Yeah, 2, and the other shot into the other one close to me.
Okay. You were shaken, right?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, make me a vigor roll first. And if you want to, you can just use a chip to immediately
pass.
pass it. Okay, cool. Go ahead and make your shot at -3.
All right, -3 using
Mhm.
shooting.
Yep.
-3.
So you're shooting in I assume a d6. I assume you're adding your wild die to the one that's not stunned.
I got 4.
Okay. Wait, well, no, 4 does not hit. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's not toughness. Yeah, you hit with a 4. Roll damage. I believe it's 3d6.
Yep. Uh, 11 damage.
11 damage. With 11 damage, and that you inflict a wound, and since it is not a wild card, it is destroyed. How do you want to get rid of this one?
Well, as I pull it out from under her coat and unleash one, I just blow it midsection to pieces.
Oh yeah,
And then
you
with a grunt,
decimate one.
I point at the other one and make a quick shot.
You add +2 to this one because you get +4. Oh no, +1 because you have a -3, but you have a +4 because it's stunned. So add 1 to whatever you roll.
And it's only 1 die.
Yep.
8.
Yes. That is a hit. That is a hit with a raise. So add an extra d6 to your damage.
Okay.
+4. So 4d6 +4 to this guy.
Holy fuck.
Kill him.
All right. 19 damage.
Yep. Yep. Also remember damage does explode as well. So if you ever roll a 6, roll another one and add it.
Mhm.
Uh. Okay. Hold on.
This is unnecessary, by the way, because you killed the fuck out of it.
Okay.
Just dust.
You absolutely smoked this fool.
And then pointed at the head of the other one, shoot it, and since I quickly moved over, I missed the head and actually hit the upper torso and neck area and shatter all of that to pieces. And then with my third action, I whip out the sawed off, dump out the 2 rounds, and socket 2 more.
Okay. Okay. Now you can only put 1 in, if I'm correct. Yeah. 1 action equals 1 bullet, unless it lists otherwise.
All right. Well, I got a bullet in then.
Okay.
Alright, so it's
Pretty beefy turn. JP, it's
All
your
right.
turn. You've got one in front of you, and there's two in front of Oliver.
All right, so I can back up as a like disengage and allow him to take an attack on me as one action, and then I can attack it. Then I could shoot with a second action with a -2 to both.
Wait, say that again.
If I disengaged and then wanted to shoot, he would get an attack on me, probably with a bonus because I'm doing another action, and then I would just, if I wanted to shoot, I would shoot with a -2 because that would technically be a second action.
No, disengaging is not an action.
Oh,
So if you walk away from this thing, it's gonna get an attack, but you have full run to do whatever you want.
all right, yeah. So I'm gonna back off. That way, I'm able to shoot the gun that
Okay.
I'm holding, and I'll let him take an attack on me.
Okay. He again misses for some reason.
The man of God is hard to hit, my guy.
Apparently.
And then I'm gonna shoot at him. No. Chance has 2 still on him, right? And
Yeah,
both.
He's got two still on him.
And
And you have smite on your bullets as well.
yes, and I'll shoot 2 bullets, and I'm gonna aim them both at the ones attacking Oliver.
Okay.
All right, so let me find my shooting is a D6. The first, both of them are non-stunned correctly. I believe he killed the one that was
Yeah.
staggered.
There are no more stunned boys on the field.
All right, so I'll use my wild card die on the first one. Ooh, a 6. Reroll it. Another 6. And a 2. So 14 minus 2 for 12.
Okay. That is a kill on one of those. Wait, was that to hit or to damage?
That was to hit.
Okay. You super hit it with you hit it with 2 raises. So you may take a D6. Wait, no. 14 plus. You hit it with 2 raises, so take an extra D6, and then you can add some sort of flavor on there. You can turn this into a called shot. You can do whatever you want with it.
I don't have any flavor to add with it. I'm just gonna.
Well, if you turn it into a called shot, you can like say you aim for its head and
Yeah.
do bonus damage.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So then I would roll a
Okay.
D6 with my standard damage.
So roll your standard damage plus 1d6 for the first raise, and because you are aiming for its head, let me find called shot. Add +4 flat to its damage.
Add 4 flat to its damage.
Yeah.
All right, so the Winchester is 2d8 minus 1. I rolled a 14, so minus 1 is 13. The d6 I'm rolling is a 5 for 18.
You've already killed it so fucking
I'm saying
hard.
plus
You've
4
got-
with the damage you said, and plus 4 for the smite damage, so like 20 something total.
You blow its fucking brains out.
Cool. And then the second one is just the standard d6. 4 to hit.
That hits.
Damage will be the 2d8 minus 1 plus 4. 8 damage on the d8, minus 1 is 7, plus 4 is 11.
Okay. This one is. You just managed to get a wound in on it. You destroy that one as well.
Cool. I give a thumbs up to Oliver.
Can I look over my shoulder? Nod.
You just hear a blam and a blam, and 2 bodies hit the ground. There's only one skinned man left, and it's currently still chasing after JP. And it is now Oliver's turn.
I will do. Oh yeah, movement's is its own action. So yeah, I'll do.
Well, movement's a movement. You can choose to essentially sprint as an action.
Gotcha.
And if you sprint, you roll a d6, and you multiply whatever you roll times 5, and that's how much further you get.
Okay. I'll do one attack to the one by JP,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll probably run out of this room.
Okay. Let's take a -2 to this.
Yep.
Is this a melee attack or a
Yes,
ranged attack?
melee attack. Because with my sword,
Yeah.
I rolled a 4.
Okay. That does not hit.
Yep, I was about to say with minuses that does not hit.
Yep. You swing wide as you are just kind of coming in to do that side slash and then dashing.
Yep. Then we're gonna dash out the hall and see what the situation is.
You dash out the hall. I'll let you get another notice check in now that you're outside.
I say again. 4.
Okay. You don't have the negatives on it, so I'll say 4 is good enough to hear it. You can't see what you hear because it's a little too far to be out of like eye shot. But what you do hear is as you recognize the sound of a fuse.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah, you hear a fuse as you step outside.
Mary one.
And I believe that's the Skinman's turn. Well, no, it's Mary's turn. She's gonna continue to run.
Fair.
Let's see here. Skinman's turn. He's gonna continue his pursuit of JP. Now that's gonna be a 6 plus a 4. That's a 10. So that is 1 raise. So
Mhm.
2d6. 5, 6, 4. Okay. 15 damage.
Jeez.
Oofta.
Okay. And your toughness is what?
A 5.
So you take 2 wounds and are shaken.
All right.
Oh, it was
Awesome
so good.
dead.
If I can I burn a Benny to get rid of one of the wounds? You said.
You can burn as many bennies as you want to try to get rid of each. Well, no. You can burn 1 benny to try to soak. And if you get a raise, you can soak 2 wounds.
Okay, so I'll burn a Benny to try
And
to do 1 wound.
you don't have any wounds right now, right?
No.
So no negatives.
Alright, so it's a vigor check. 5.
You recover 1 wound, but you are still have 1 and are still shaken.
Alrighty.
All right. It is now Mr. Whitman's turn.
All
There's
right.
1 left. And you've not been made aware of the situation outside yet.
Run up to the other skinless. What's the positioning? Is it Austin looking like towards the outside, skinless behind him, and then now I'm like in front of Austin?
So essentially, Austin moved to the side. Like you all were kind of on the left corner of the room. You moved forward to engage. Chance moved further to engage. So you're kind of in the middle of the room. Chance is at the door, and Austin has moved kind of to the right corner. So
And there's
he
a
is
skinless running towards him.
running towards him. So he's essentially, I'm gonna say, since he just ripped him apart, like this thing is fully tackled JP and is starting to rip and tear, and you are seeing like blood, like it is ripping into him, and it has fully cornered him.
All right, use my movement and run up.
You got 1 shell in.
Run up
Make
to
it
the
count.
the side and point the gun to the side, not directly down. For obvious reasons.
Uh-huh.
Shoot through me.
Actually, I kind of like angle it because I'm only gonna take one shot, so I'm holding it with both hands and
Mm-hmm.
kind of angling more up into the torso of this, and I shoot, and I don't have negative.
No, you don't. Well, no,
Um,
you have a wound.
oh, so -1,
-1.
5.
You hit 3d6 damage.
All right. 12.
12 is just enough to destroy it. You put the shotgun into its side and blow it away as it splatters the side of this chamber wall. And combat is effectively over for now.
I help JP to his feet.
Thank you
Ugh,
so much.
Do you
hell of
have
a
anything to
nightmare, ain't it?
Do you have anything to say, Oliver?
She lit a There's dynamite.
Oh,
That
I
was
would
jeez.
like to
pretty.
make a notice check.
Uh-huh.
This fight
What are you
was pretty
trying to
explosive.
What are you trying to notice?
I'm trying to find out where there's a goddamn stick of dynamite.
Sure, give me a notice check. Uh make it at mm, make it at -3.
Three. Okay. That's a 6. 10.
Okay.
9. 9.
Okay. So as you are looking around listening, uh you look forward and you can't see the dynamite, but you can see smoke just kind of around the bend lazily. You think it's about mm, you think it's about 20 feet from where the first cave in is. And just doing the kind of math, the way it slopes down with that raise, I'll give you like the idea here. If there's a detonation there at the top, the rock will flow downward to you, which would be, well, potentially, probably lethal.
Yeah, well, I started running
Mm-hmm.
for it.
Okay. You're dashing. Uh, I'm gonna say, give me, give me an athletics check to see if you've got the hops to make it to that dynamite in time to use Dauntless on it.
I was about to say, yeah, it's full on dauntless.
Uh-huh.
All right, boys and girls.
I gotta piss while this is happening. I can't.
I can't
I'll take a
anymore.
piss with you. I'll be right back.
Everyone go pee. Go pee.
Take pee
So,
before we die.
so question, Brian.
Yeah.
I have the healing power, but I also have the healing skill. Would the healing skill just be
Mm-hmm.
bandages and stuff like that? And
Mm-hmm.
can that remove wounds if I wanted to try to bandage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, rule of thumb, you want to do healing, you need materials for healing. If you don't have the materials, you take debuffs.
I have a doctor's bag.
Uh, Healing, natural healing, can only be attempted uh, one time by a single person. So if you fail the heal, you cannot try again.
Gotcha.
And it can only be done within the first hour of receiving the wound. If you wait till longer, you have to let it heal naturally or magically.
Okay. Well, and the power healing actually has to be done within the first hour unless you want to add 10 to it.
Yep.
All right. Wow. While they're gone, you mind if I... Well, I guess I should wait to see if John would even allow me to heal his wound. He might be one of them boys that likes to bleed.
Man, this session ran way longer than I wanted it to.
It always happens.
It normally doesn't with me. I'm normally in pretty control of it, but I've gone over by an hour.
Well, we've had to ask... I've had to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's the first session. Kind of figured it might take a little bit longer,
Yeah.
but I didn't think it would take this much longer. That is my bad.
So the wild card dice, since we are wild, it technically can just be used on any one skill.
Yeah. You
If
can use
it's
it,
in
yeah.
combat, it's one time, but if you're doing like skill checks, you can use it on that skill check.
Correct.
All right, boys
Gotcha,
and
gotcha.
girls.
Let's see the
Dauntless.
results.
Um,
All right.
I am gonna say, for the sake of this, um, you're having to sprint for a fuse. Lit dynamite.
Yep.
I'm gonna say -3.
All right.
So you got to get a 7 or higher.
That's doable. All right. I am going to re-roll
Mm-hmm.
my 4.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There's 1 6.
Yep.
And 10 -3.
10 -3. Okay. So you got it. You did not get a raise on it. So
Shame.
you
We
get
need
there
it.
in time to stop it from. Essentially, if you gotten a raise, I would have let you disarm it.
Yep.
You're getting there in time to get it. What you do with it is now up to you.
All right. I mean, if me and Mr. John H. Whitman start running towards where you are, you could at least maybe throw it behind us.
What?
There's an attempt to be made there to throw it behind you and then try to outrun the collapse of this tunnel.
Where's the? Do we know where dude that was in this tunnel is at?
Oh, he's still there.
Oh,
He's still
okay.
there.
Oh darn.
Gary's gone.
Yeah, Mary I knew was gone, but other guy seems to be.
I mean, I'll try to extinguish the fuse.
Okay. Uh, essentially what this is going to do, this is going to cost you your round that you had with it. If you failed, it's going to explode in your hand.
Sure.
Extinguishing a fuse, figuratively, not that hard. So I'm going to need you to roll.
Any of you boys got chips?
I got chips.
All right, we good.
Let me find the skill that you should be rolling. Give us a moment.
Notice.
No.
Notice.
No. The skill I need you to roll.
Mm,
My focus, fighting, faith, electronics, driving, voting, battle.
Fighting.
Motherfuck, there's like not a good skill for this, which is baffling.
Battle.
What the fuck do you roll for this?
Survival.
Maybe.
Survival. Battle.
Athletics.
Fighting. Athletics could be,
Agility.
Swimming, throwing, catching. I think this is a raw agility check.
I'll take that. I'm pretty damn good at that.
Spirit.
And you know what?
It's your will
Because
to survive.
I know you guys have stuff. I'm gonna make this more dramatic because that's my right as the DM. I'm gonna use one of my bennies to raise the DC.
You chips, you
Yep,
fuck.
that's right. -2 goes from base to -2 because I have used one of my chips.
You're a
Yeah,
dirty
I'm gonna
bitch.
use one of my bennies to decrease the DC.
You can't do that. You can cause a reroll, but you can't change DCs with yours.
I'm the captain now.
No.
All right. It's one more roll. I rolled an 8. Roll it again.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, so that is a 13 altogether.
With
What
a
do we?
13, you're good. Um, you're able to not only uh you don't even have to rip out the fuse. You're able to just catch it in your hand Shrek style. Just give it a lick, pop it. With your raise, I'm gonna say you've salvaged the dynamite. You have a stick of dynamite if you want to keep it. But
Take-
with quick thinking and fast hands, you are able to extinguish the fuse of the dynamite she left.
She left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else left it?
The dude that we found in here is still in here with you and me. It was
I
Mary
was
that
thinking
left.
someone else came.
No,
No.
Mary went and tried to kill us.
Yeah.
I think she's still a good old. We ain't got no evidence she left it.
I never expressly said that Mary was pretty, but she is. So
Nice.
that should temper every expectation you have of her. She's too hot to possibly do something bad.
I didn't realize we were in California.
But yeah. Combat and all horrible situations are over.
Sweet.
You are standing in a cave. Virgil is still alive, and you have a stick of dynamite, and Mary has fled the coop. What do you guys do?
Mr. Whitman, would you allow me to tend to your wounds?
Heal yourself, son.
Yeah, you're more fucked up than he is, to be fair.
I only have one wound. I thought he had a wound too.
Oh, you both do. Yeah, no, you served one of your wounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was gonna do the healing skill to pull out my doctor's bag and bandage up old Mr. Whitman, if he'll allow me to.
No, I'll be fine.
Alright. Then I'm gonna pat him on the back and I'm gonna cast healing.
Smart.
Let me roll.
I don't know if you know this, Daniel, but mechanically, like, wounds take a week to heal if you don't heal them within the first hour.
That is a 5 on my healing ability.
You heal him.
And then I'll use my doctor's bag to try to I can only use the doctor's bag, you said, once per thing, so I should probably use it on... How bad is
Well,
Virgil
no.
looking?
You can use it on one wound at a time. Virgil is completely untouched.
Oh, okay, he's fine. He's got mental problems. I can't
He
heal
does
that.
not have a scratch upon him.
Alright, then yeah, I'll use my healing ability and try to heal myself.
Mm-hmm.
Put some band-aids on. I'm gonna
Make a healing check.
use a Benny to reroll that. Actually, no, I can use my wild card dice once, right?
No, we're out of combat. You can use your wild card dice on every roll.
Okay, let me roll my wild card dice then before I burn this Benny. A 4.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, magically you tend to Mr. Whitman, I cannot imagine a way that you don't at least get a check
To see if I heal him.
to know that he just touched you on the back and a very strong laceration just disappeared from your body.
Do you believe in God now?
Make a notice check. That's just no. Make a spirit check. Not spirit. What is it called? Not a cult. What's the thing? Faith. Make a faith check, Mr. Whitman.
2.
Must not have went as deep as you thought it did. You were right. You'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
But yeah, you guys tend to your wounds. Virgil is still down there. What do you do?
Meet back up. Reload.
Reload.
Well,
Make
Christ,
sure to also mark ammo. That is important. Mark
Mhm.
ammo.
I'm doing that.
Yep.
Well, crisis averted.
Guess we should get this guy out of here. Get him back to town at least.
Should we check the rest of the mine? Well, I guess we don't have time, do we?
You
Yeah.
did basically get most of the mine anyway. The mine is not a huge labyrinth.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
JP, get him up and walking.
all right, I'm gonna walk over to Virgil and try to help him up. Come on here, man.
No, no,
We,
I
we got.
can't leave. No,
Why
it's
can't?
not safe.
It's safer out there than it probably is in here.
Mm-mm. No,
Mm.
she is out there somewhere. I don't know where, but she's not in here.
I just kind of look over at the other two, just like mm, help.
Walk up. Like, reloading my pistol. Walk up. Kind of shrug. Bonk him.
Bonk
See,
'em.
that's kind of what I was hoping for, but I'm like, I can't do it because I'm not. It would be a sin to attack a
I'm a
person.
pacifist.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, I think it's technically. Oh no, my sin is if I
Easy
killed
as
somebody. But
pray.
yeah, I'll pick him up over my shoulder, at least till we get to the hole.
Yeah. The hole's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. One of us gets through, helps pull the rest through.
Well, first I want to see what the damage is. Assume she up and split, but
Do you guys do anything else in this room before you leave it?
so you said there was a hole.
Yes, like you guys are in the like that right now. Like,
Okay.
yeah. Like
Uh,
essentially this was one long tunnel where they mined a vein straight, and then there was this little outreach where it looks like once they hit it, they broke through and found this room.
and there was something containing something else, but it's broken now.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what?
Like,
Why don't you go ahead and make another cult check?
alright.
Because of circumstance, take a +2 to this.
4, 6 plus 2, 8.
Okay, and that's a raise. With the raise, you get probably a lot from this. You're looking at this, you've taken time to like calm yourself and look at the room you're in, and you start seeing in things. You look at the cave pictures of horses running, then one horse turning and start devouring others. You think about what Virgil said about it not being able to take form until they made it ready for it. And you start thinking about your childhood.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking.
You start thinking about everything that happens uh, on the coast, in the city, and the way this creature was behaving. You think there was a demon sealed in that statue. The opportune word being was. More at one point, it had created an environment so in its nature that it was able to take physical form here, which is not something they can normally do easily.
As kind of Virgil's like slumped up against JP, I'll kind of walk over, kind of piecing it all together. Holy man, why don't you put your cross to work? Touch him with it real quick.
All right. With my free hand, I kind of move it over and have it touch Virgil's skin.
When you touch the cross to his skin starts to sizzle and burn, but he makes no reaction to it.
Can I make a faith check to understand what's going on?
Sure, you can try.
This motherfucker's possessed.
A 7.
Yeah. This man has been touched by something incredibly evil. Incredibly evil. And moreover, the reason he's not reacting, like you've heard legends about wicked things, especially, the demonic, the infernal, the antithesis of what you are and what you serve. You think about what he was saying in his wording, or the way he worded what he said. You think this man might also be cursed by whatever touched him.
So he's not. It's not in him because it left, but it left a mark on him after it touched him.
He's untouched by anything and he's not even react being burned. You think he can't feel anything.
Okay. This
You think he
is.
has no sensation at all anywhere of anything.
Gentlemen, I believe this man's been cursed by the entity that was sealed within this chamber. Poor fellow doesn't even seem to feel anything anymore.
A few things on that. One, do we still want to bring him with us? Two, whatever was in kind of gesture, that broke out. And it might be somewhere in here, unless it found another way to get out.
Well, I believe I remember Virgil saying that it left. So I think it may be safer to say that I don't think it's in this cave anymore. I think it's left. And sadly, it's had a 2-week head start on wherever it decided to go.
Make a survival check. Uh, anyone who wants to.
I can do that. I've got a 2.
It won't be 2 weeks because it had to marinate.
Double sixes. I'll reroll both.
8.
Then
All right. A lot of you come to the same. You two each got a raise, so you're on the same like wavelength here. It hasn't been gone for 2 weeks. You're just like you understand to a degree demonology. This thing had to create an environment that matches essentially what it is. Whatever this is a demon of, it created it. You're not sure what, because a lot of fucked up things happen down here, clearly. But it had to create that environment for itself before it could manifest physical enough form to leave. You, Mr. Whitman, notice the age of the bodies. They have not been dead for 2 weeks. They have been dead for less than a week. More measurable in days. Moreover, with that raise, you look just for the briefest moment, kind of looking through it. In one step of the viscera, you see a hoof print. And you kind of follow like the dried blood and you see like hoof prints making their way out of the cave.
we're outside.
No, y'all are still inside.
Yep.
These are also old. These are not fresh hoof prints. The blood is dried on these.
Mm,
I still think our best bet is probably to leave with Virgil. If anything, we could always, when we take him to town, we could have him
I
put
don't
him.
think that's rightfully so. Correct. He's lost. And I pull the hammer back on the Colt.
Oh.
I think we should end it now. He doesn't have a life anymore.
I can't stand by and allow a man that was seemingly hurt to be killed.
You need to put him out of his misery. You said it yourself. He's cursed. Doesn't feel anything. He's just rambling on. Can't take him back to town like that. Can't let him live his life like that.
Doesn't mean he can't be helped and fixed.
Oliver, what do you think about this situation?
Personally, I'd say it'd be a mercy putting him down. But there might be something to bring him back to town. But if it was just me, he died down here like the rest of them.
I'm going to stand firm that I do believe he should come with us.
All right. I'm gonna roll for my trait ruthless.
You do have that. That is something you have.
If it's a 4, standard check or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
then the trait passes and as I said, pull the hammer back and I shoot him.
So over a 4 you shoot him, under a 4 you don't?
No, I do.
Okay.
Square in the head.
Okay.
And I put another bullet in the chamber. Or in the cylinder.
Oh.
That's when the dust is settled.
Mm.
So you shot him?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a life that could have been spared.
He was gone. I would expect y'all to do the same. And if it comes a time where I've fallen to this curse, then I expect you to do me the mercy. And if you can't do it, I know you can, Oliver.
Kind of pat him on the shoulder. I wouldn't think twice.
That's beautiful.
Start heading towards the hole.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk over somewhere that's not covered in viscera and lay Virgil's body down. Say a few words. And then I'll head towards the exit.
Okay. The three of you head towards the exit as you crawl through. You walk outside to see all 4 horses gone.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Uh, and as you stand here at the crossroads with this knowledge in hand, you see the footsteps of many horses
I
going west.
fucking knew it. That's why I was saying are we outside? I fucking knew it.
As you see the trail that Mary left behind headed west, you see to your south the town where possibly more answers lie, and just barely you see much narrower hoof prints headed north. And as each step goes, they grow lighter and lighter until they vanish entirely. And you sit there at this crossroads of 3 different choices, 3 different places to go, 3 different goals to pursue, knowing that if you pursue any of them, the other 2 are sure to go cold. And that's where we're going to end the session. and it went way too long. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Nah, it's first
That was
sessions. That's
fun.
always gonna happen. Figuring out rules.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that was fun.
It was.
All right. So bringing back the old tradition. I don't know if you guys have ever done it with me, but tell me the best and worst. I want to know what you guys had the most fun with and what you guys had the least fun with so that I can adapt, change the way I DM, make sure that if you like something, I do more of it. So give me your best and worst of the session.
So I'll say I have two bests,
Uh-huh.
possibly three, because I think there's a lot of fun moments. Just for DMing, I really liked Miss Edith.
Mm-hmm.
You did a good job making everyone feel different, and I feel like you did a really good job of leaning into each of our like styles of like role play
Mm-hmm.
with the people we interacted with.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really, really good job. And then I like the horror element. That was very cool, very fun, very gross. Liked all that. I liked the skinned men. Gross. Uh, and then, like the hoof prints on top of that. That was just a nice little like cherry on top. It's like, oh, and it's not just a skeleton zombie cave. Satan.
Satan.
So I really like that. I probably can. Oh, yeah, and I like the fight. The fight was a lot of fun. It was like a lot of. I mean, it was like your classic, like, oh, we got to deal with like the zombie horde,
Mm-hmm.
and then we find out there's a fucking stick of dynamite,
Yeah.
uh, which is a lot of fun. And
You guys wiped those zombies way faster than I thought you were going to. I
yeah,
really expected the dynamite to go off. Like I had planned that to end up being like a chase sequence, essentially, of you guys trying to get out of the mine as it collapsed. But you guys wiped the floor with those fucking zombies.
they didn't want the smoke.
They did
They
not.
didn't want it.
But and see, and thank you for improvising with that, because whenever I like got it, I was like, I'm not supposed to have this. Oh, we're
I.
supposed to find the other like the other exit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. But hey, it worked out.
So that's why I was like, maybe we should poke around in this mine for a little bit and find where they're getting shit out.
Also, there is a piece of lore that I set in there that you guys would know, and I realized I didn't tell you afterwards. When when Virgil said they were moving the shimmer out, shimmer is what colloquial dust stone is known as.
Hmm.
That was a piece of lore that I realized I forgot to drop when I was explaining the world to you guys. And then as I said it, I was like, they didn't react, so they don't know what I'm talking about. Shit. I forgot
Figured
to
that
say
that's what it
that.
was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm saying
I knew.
I was figuring that's what you meant.
Plus, I
Mm-hmm.
knew because my family has a dust mine.
That's true.
My family
That's
fake.
true.
My family counterfeits it.
You guys are there. You get
We're
it.
there.
What was your worst chance?
Worst. I mean, I feel like my worst is like gonna be a cop out answer. Is just all of us figuring out the rules.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's super fair.
and it's hard to think of anything else. Like, I mean, and again, like maybe the beginning was a little slow, but it's session one.
Mhm.
We're feeling out our characters, feeling out the dynamic, and
It's always one of those things. I always had that problem with session one. It's like, all right, now I'm gonna pause to see if they'll talk to each other.
yeah.
No, they're not there yet. Okay, and then move on.
But I mean, like once we got the ball rolling, like once it's like, all right, sun's up, go. It's like cool. Like after that, I thought it was smooth sailing. I feel like there was a lot of fun, different like angles to go about in town with like checking out the bunkhouse and then even like the trail and the boat. Thought that was cool. Like the sheriff
Mm,
was like a really fun character. Uh, I mean, we could have talked to the drunks.
yeah.
No, there's a lot of cool shit.
Mhm.
Uh, so yeah, again, I'll take my cop out answer as just kind of like it's session one. We're figuring it out, and then it's a
Yeah.
new system on top of it.
Yeah. All right. What about you guys? What's y'all's best and worst?
I think my favorite thing was the just how fluid the splitting. We were all more or less doing different things in town. And that's nice because I feel like in a lot of tabletop games it's harder to do that sometimes. Or groups feel like they have to stick together and that type of thing. So I like that we were able to play to our strengths.
You truly cannot believe how much practice I've had with a split party.
But
You can't. The other thing I was DMing, I had to force them to stay as a party. I had to tie them together to make them not split up.
I liked it in town because I feel like it made it more realistic cuz
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the areas where I was, the other two wouldn't have really gone. I felt where they went, they needed to be, so I liked that. Um,
I like splitting. I feel like everyone can go where they want to go, and then they can do their thing and have their moment to shine and have their fun thing
yeah,
without everyone having to do it all at once.
yeah. If I had to pick worst, I think it. I mean, we were slower to start, and that was just trying to figure out. I feel like character dynamics, figuring out where we fit with each other.
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. Other than me trying to fit into my character skin a little bit better.
Yeah. No, for sure. Daniel,
It was good.
give me a best and worst. Give me real
I was
answers.
gonna say he's gonna try to escape away with that.
Uh,
This is constructive for me. It helps me make the game better for everybody.
best was the non-combat interactions. Making sure we had like dice rolls and through our various events and whatnot. That was fun.
Yeah.
What was your
Lets us
favorite
put out the
interaction?
lets us make our flesh out our characters a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite interaction?
Yeah.
Uh, I guess probably with Miss Elliot,
Edith.
Edith. That was pretty fun. I don't want. I don't know if I want to go back to town. I gotta get
You-
our $100 back though.
Oh, I don't think we're
I
getting
left
our
her
$100.
$100.
I'm glad I
Yeah,
didn't put my whole $100 up.
yeah. She was pretty specific about why she wanted that $100.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of my money. I should have just put. Should have let you do it.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm saying I'm
That was a
glad
lot
you
of my
I'm
money.
I'm glad you convinced me otherwise, because that would have been a lot of my money.
What was your worst?
and probably the worst. The beginning was a little slow, but that was just because first session. It's always hard to
Mm-hmm.
get conversation starting, get
Yeah.
the ball rolling. Um,
Okay.
maybe time.
Yeah, I am sorry about the time. That ended up being a 5-hour session. I meant for it to be 4. Or 3 or 4. Wait. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it ended up being 5. I wanted to end at the midnight hour, but it ended up going deep into 1.
Eh, it happens.
Yeah. I will try to not do that again if I can. I wanted to make I could have ended it a little sooner, but I wanted to include the combat so we could practice the combat. Because I think I could have ended it with you guys headed towards the mine, and I could have made the mine its own session. But I don't know. It feels anticlimactic to have a first session and not have combat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I would have been okay if it didn't, but at the same time, I'm glad it did because the combat is so much different than what I'm used to. I'm glad we were
yeah,
able to actually kind of learn
yeah,
most of the rules in one session instead of it being session 1 and session 2 hardcore learning how to play.
yeah. And at the same time, like I know you guys aren't familiar with my DMing style, but chances moderately, I'm not gonna have combat every session.
And
Like
I'm okay with that.
that won't happen. But I wanted to make sure we got it in this time, and that did probably set us back hour and a half. But that now that we've done it, I don't think we should have this problem again. Hopefully. I could feel you getting tired at the end, so I was trying to wrap it as best I could.
Well, and I was late to even get online because we had Ellery slept until after 5 o'clock, which means we couldn't put her to bed till well after 8. So that's the hard part of having a baby. I'm on her time.
Ellie time.
Yep. She has 2 teeth coming through. They broke.
Oh,
Yeah, both bottom teeth broke around the same time. Life is
Nice.
hell.
Nice.
But we do get to we had her GI doctor's appointment yesterday, and we get to start taking her off the like super hyperallergenic formula,
Nice.
and we're allowed to start seeing if she's good. She's been on it since yesterday. We started like mixing them, and she's not had any adverse effects. So next week we'll get to move to like half and half of each, and at that point, then the doctor said we could just ride out the super expensive stuff and actually save money. I kid you not, at her peak, which she's been at for since I think she's been having 4 8-ounce bottles. We actually had to dial her back; she was having too much, but like 4 8-ounce bottles of this stuff every single day since like September, and that was putting us at like $600 a month just in formula.
Nice. Nice.
I will
Ellie hungry.
I will
Ellie hungry.
love not to have to spend. And for a comparison, the stuff we bought, we paid $55 for. Same price as the super expensive stuff, except the tub we got of the normal stuff makes 200 ounces. And the stuff we have of the super expensive doesn't make 100. It only makes 96.
Damn.
Yeah, so quite literally double the cost for what you get.
Yeah. That's pretty rough.
So we will be so happy to not be. Because everyone's like, oh, babies just get more expensive. I'm like, ha, you thought. I'll actually...
Your babies do,
Yeah.
nerd.
My kid gets cheaper. Because by the time she's 1, I won't even have to buy formula. I can just give her milk. And then it's even cheaper. I'm like, this kid's just gonna get cheaper.
Perfect.
It's beautiful. And, she can pay me back over time for the other care that we bought her. So first time she wants a toy, I'm gonna be like, all right, we're just gonna nix that off the loan debt that you accumulated.
I like it.
It's teaching her life skills. I'm just now realizing Bubba's still there.
Yeah, I'm just over here chilling.
You haven't said a word in like 5 hours.
Yeah, I've been gaming, been focused.
There you go.
I'm sorry that we made you sit through that.
I just disconnected after banishing a boss, so I feel pretty good about that.
Gotta love it.
Disconnected on Hunt?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Never.
I know,
What?
right? I know, right?
What?
Their
I know,
servers
right?
are so strong. They're like the best.
Yeah, I know. And of course, it didn't let me come back in.
Oh, that's
It
how
never
it works.
does. I don't know. I think maybe 1 out